6 o'clock.
Don't say it. Don't say it, Grant.
Diggy is going off in the
You
background,
know
so
what
it's
Bone
fine.
wrote. You don't need to say it out loud.
You
You don't need to say it. It's up, dog.
Yeah.
What's up with you?
It seems like Act 3 is a bit messy once you decide to, you know, as we did, of like, oh,
Fucking
we're not going to talk
try
to
me,
Gortash
but-
right away.
Damn it, there's a Keck W in my way.
Yeah,
Move,
that
Venom.
got a little messy.
It got messy, but I'm gonna be real. I think that's fine. Like, I don't want to do too much
Sarah
like
just
sort of
being like,
backtracking
hey,
thingy-majiggies like
14,
I did back in Act
14,
2. So then that way
14.
we
Have
didn't.
you heard of the critically acclaimed final? Yeah. Wait, hang on a second. I
So-
got the text. Hang on a second. Let me get the text.
All right.
Yeah, you went
Sarah's
back
just
and
like-
saved the people.
Tapping
I
away. It's
saved
like,
the people.
Did you
I
know
did-
the
I
critically
couldn't do the
acclaimed
memory
MMORPG
herb thing,
Final Fantasy
which would have given us
14 has a
more
free
memory herbs as
trial
well.
and includes
Well,
an
apparently there's like a
entirety
way,
of
there's a method where it's like,
Realm
oh, you have the
Reborn
one
and
memory
the
herb,
award-winning
you give
Heaven's
that to
Word
the
up to level
to the herbalist, so you can get
with
more
no
memory
restrictions
herbs
on
in Act
playtime.
3 instead,
Sign
because
up and
that can be
enjoy
utilized for both
Eorzea today.
yourself during a dirge run through and for Shadowheart.
Yeah. I'm gonna be right over at my chat screen just because.
Oh, no, fair enough, fair enough. So you're gonna be
Oh.
streaming at the
That-
same
that-
time?
Yeah, that way people can hear us. That way they're not sitting there looking at my screen
Yeah.
waiting for things to happen.
No, fair enough.
System?
Could be.
I
They'll
think everyone
just
was,
have to
really
put up with the
close,
advertise that
only
popped
because-
in
Rudy, stop it!
sometime between now and then.
Oh yeah, let me get that stream together thingy-majiggy started up again. Because we didn't use
Oh,
it for
yeah.
a while, because it was a case of, oh yeah, like one of us
20 air skills in any
stream
Volkswagen
or
buggy,
something.
drag race in a German
Alright,
Super
so-
Yeah, well, I was only doing it because, you know, if I had a late shift, I was putting more attention over you. Or, no, sorry, if I had to work early that morning, I wasn't going to stream afterwards.
Yep.
And then, you know, put more of the focus onto your stream. But if I'm streaming afterwards as well, it's like, well, then we can balance the two.
Yep. So,
Twitch should not capture.
it's okay. It's just to be able to. I wish there was a way to do the stream together thing without having to actually be in a chat.
Y'all just gonna let
Because-
Icy live?
Yeah, it's a bit silly. It's a
Like,
bit
I get what they're going
No.
with. If I, like, here's the thing, is like, if I was like a good
Human
planner,
being.
I would
What's
most
the
certainly
trick,
have it where it's
um,
like, oh yeah, we both
old
set up
Buick?
we do our OBS frames
already
and such
lost my
have you,
shirt.
and then
Can't take my
when it comes to the actual like co-op stream,
Do
I
tell
would
me
have a
of this
separate, I would
so-called
have my
trick you
main
have in
stage,
stall.
but I would have a main stage where I can cut between like yours and my
Also
stream.
gold.
Also gold.
So there'd be a
It'd be
picture.
kinda cool.
What?
Yeah,
Oh,
that way it's a case
that's
of like,
his staff.
like you would say something, it's like quickly
That's his
move over to here,
staff.
and
I
then
don't,
so
like.
I would press a button
Hang
that
on a
would
second.
make my scene the smaller one of the two, and
Where's
yours
my-
would be the bigger
Hang
one,
on.
and set technically
Cover
behind.
up your
And yeah,
shame, Grant! Cover up
I mean,
your
I'm
shame!
all
1
the bigger
minute
one.
ding.
Because I'm
Dong.
fat!
Ah.
Uh,
So yeah. Stream together updates. Wait,
Why
oh,
did I
start
say-
stream together. No, it should be.
And then we
should be active, right?
transfer-
No, you're in queue. What's going?
Once more.
Why is the?
Really, hang on. Let me
Let's do it
let me go into Twitch.
Hide this thing.
Twitch is
Back
being a
over here.
bitch.
Alrighty, there we go.
Yeah, let's see. What's
So, yeah.
going on?
Oh no! Wait.
Okay, yeah, it wouldn't let me do it straight from OBS, but now it's fine.
Look at
Ah,
that
okay.
rainbow.
Blip,
So, 'cause
blip,
it says
Isn't that
in queue,
fantastic?
Kothioshi getting ready.
Some thingy-majiggy and
So-
Yeah,
then
but being a
my AC
biatch.
capture,
Alright, then cool, cool.
properties,
Right,
AC
turn
capture.
on.
Yeah,
it's
being
not
an
letting
absolute
onto the Twitch thingy-majiggy.
Slice of
No,
lemon
I'm
pie.
gonna say
I thought you were
Phantom.
going. I thought you
You
were broken
broke
at that
it.
point.
I was doing a-okay.
Oh, I'm broken all
and
the
then
time,
something
but you know.
broke just as you came in.
So,
Oh, thank you for the
alrighty.
follow there, Riven. Really appreciate it.
That's different to
Alrighty
what
then.
I've already had at the
Back in
moment.
here we go.
Yeah.
Took a minute for the what's-a-mahoozy to
Nice. So how are
This
you
is like
going
a
with
render of me instead
Dungeon
of, like,
Meshi?
actively me. What do I got? Okay. So
Yeah,
we
so we're pretty up to date with that. I think we haven't seen the
Back in
new
chat.
episode yet.
Tell
So we've
the
only just done the
difference
episode with the
between-
doppelgangers,
Yep,
and then the
and
next episode comes up after that.
I didn't realize this as I like rushed because I started reading the manga like the episode before the doppelgangers.
Click.
I didn't so because so you saw the doppelgangers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know how he does the
Alright.
bark? And he's just like,
Yeah.
so, all right. First
Like,
thing we
I
gotta do
didn't
is go
realize this, that
subdivide it,
this was set up,
and we're
like,
gonna-
so much earlier in the season, where his
Yeah, 'cause-
Braylon is just like, oh, he gives the best dog impression. That went over my head.
Fabulous Polo.
Yeah, even I was kind of like,
This
wait
build
a minute.
that you
It's only
drew
when
for the
someone
Pecan
did a
Bear
did a
is
tweet where it's
absolutely
like, oh,
adorable,
they
and I
they
love
they
it.
smash cut
My
the, oh, he has the
particular
best dog
fave
impression, and then there's
is
him doing the
style
dog
of the
impression.
coat you've chosen
And I was like,
and
Like,
the
he-
tone. Like,
You know what else is funny? You know what else is funny?
beautiful, it's
The fact that
wholesome,
he
and I love
also
it.
goes on the tangent of the fact that he loves dogs and stuff like that, to the point that he was actually able to rebuild the bones of the wargs that were in the dungeon.
Yep,
Because they were canine.
Yep.
Careful, they got the
So,
shield.
so,
So,
and they were like, the argument was like it would be an
Oh!
explanation for how they were
Yes,
easily
nice work.
able
Can you
to
pick up my
tell
card
apart,
and
the
revive me,
canine
please?
from human.
Yeah,
Or
because
you can
he's
leave the
been
medallion there,
raised
so
with
then that way it
dogs,
doesn't,
as
like,
well as I
follow
think he
you
had
and
to
such like that
work
for
with
now.
dogs when he was training.
Yep.
Oh,
Very cute.
Thank you,
Don't
Cap.
call me Stinky.
Like I said,
He
I'd
fatty.
I haven't made a single thought yet.
Actually, question: is it worse to be called
Anthem.
fat or
Someone
fatty?
clip that.
Does the ty at the
someone
end?
please clip that moment.
See, fatty
of
is more of a
like, just,
tease,
congratulations,
but
Gavin. Cap is just
then
like,
Just
Nah,
saying
I'd win.
fat
And
is,
then
I think, kind of the worst one. Like
Griffin.
fatty, it's kind of like a tease, but you can also do it in like
oh
a,
my God,
like a, hey fatty, how you doing?
I guess.
Oh, Elon. No, you know what?
So-
You know what Elon Musk would be?
Fair enough.
Elon Musk would be a
Fair enough.
protogen.
Where did that catch?
That
What,
question-
what is that
It-
species called?
For
Is that the right
conversation,
one?
furry cures. This is what happens when Code and I are in a chat and we just have this ADHD nonsense where it's like, I have a
You already
question.
suck at lemon.
I can ask this right here.
We have questions, no answers, but we have questions.
Many, many questions. This is how we get the approximate knowledge of everything. So,
Remember, furry cures, there is one brain cell being shared amongst the two of us.
yep. So, I need to borrow it for a few minutes. Thank you so much, Furry Cures, for being first in the chat. Really appreciate it. Hello to you, Night Sky and Jago. Hopefully I said that correctly. Jago. And now I gotta get Baldur's Gate. Okay, your turn with the brain cell.
Hello everyone, how you doing? For those of you new to my stream, I am a Code. I'm a big blue dino from all the way down under. Some people call me fat, some people call me old, but everyone of course just calls me Code. Unless of course you want to call me Daddy, Papa, or if you some people, Grandpa. Don't be some people. Are we gonna go
Pappy.
through some more? Did you say Pappy?
Pappy. It's like grandpa, but it's like endearment.
See, it's got the papa, but it's done in a way that's like, it's the pronunciation of the pa part.
Yep. Fair.
It's more of a
enough.
pa than a pa than p than
Mhm.
pe.
Pa. Could be an accent thing. Pappy. It's like when when we have mama and mama. I'm a mom. I use the O. I don't do the U. That's the
No, Australians we use the U.
which I think is ridiculous because it's like, oh, it's short for like, what is it short for? It's short for mother. How do you spell mother? Mother. So why isn't like mom the one that's adopted by the Australians for this shorthand?
Because don't think about it.
Ugh.
Just don't think about it, okay?
Whipping out old reliable on the cue cards. Don't think about it.
Exactly. You're getting it. You're getting it.
I'm slowly getting it. I'm learning not to be a tall poppy in the fields, as they say.
See, chat. See, he's getting it.
I'm getting it. I'm going to slowly get my own brain cell. Also, is it nighttime already in all thingamajiggies?
By the way, I'm ready for you to invite me.
Oh, yeah, that's true. All right, I need to also...
Invite me!
I'm inviting you. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. So yeah. Pause the music in the background because Baldur Gate has some good music.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Here are a lot. Joining failed.
What?
Oh, because you're doing a long rest.
That's... But I need... Okay, hang on. Let me do a... Auto select, full rest. Let's see what happens when we all. Oh,
Doesn't
Cutscene?
look like anyone's been here in
hang
a
on a
while.
sec.
Maybe bring me in before the full. Was there a save before that?
There's a quick save. So there's a normal save. There was a quick save at Worms Rock Prison.
If I felt anything that I hadn't done.
Okay. I thought we made a save just near the.
I'm pretty sure this save should do it.
Because I
Like-
thought we did make a save near the wharf, didn't we? That's what we did.
Earlier did some Battlefront 2. Oh yeah, I did see you mention that, Jago. I have not got into Battlefront 2 after I tried going into a co-op game, but I didn't do too well in that. So there's just so many games that I would love to play, but this is what plays into the issue with games as a service, like over time being released, is that there's just too much to catch up on. Like, not only am I wanting to play, like, my own games, single player, that don't require friends and what have you in an online subscription and all those terrible things, but the few games that aren't those, I'm already busy with. Like, Helldivers 2, I've dropped. Battlefront 2, I've dropped. Warframe, dropped. Final Fantasy 14, I'm falling behind. You remember when there was the DDoS thing and the thingy, code?
Yep.
My Wondrous Tales expired that
Join
day.
the game until the host takes a long rest.
That is a weird one. So that is the actual error message. It's like, you can't join until there's been a long rest. Alrighty then. I will... Because there's a quick save before then. So 72 hours and 42 minutes. 72 hours and 16 minutes. So this one's half an hour before the long rest, which I believe... So this is the one where we're getting the What's-a-Mahoozy person out of prison. So,
Yeah, Karlak and the other lady.
yeah. So I thought we would be fine with not killing people, and then it's like we accidentally killed one person, but doesn't look like that caused a disaster. Loading the
No.
game right now. That's a weird one to be like, oh yeah, you can't join on while there's a long rest. It's like, but their character is right there. What do you mean he can't join? There he is, the blue dragonborn in his fetish gear.
I'll be executed in 5
Yeah, let me
minutes.
join.
Alrighty,
It's not fetishy, it's just
so I need to pass a 10.
revealing.
There we go. I'm breaking her out.
When the people need...
Wait, invite me.
I'll seek out my connections. Hurry.
Alrighty, so multiplayer invite, code the Yoshi. We are missing one person, but that's because Karlak was like sent to prison. So
Yeah.
Yep, public is joining.
Yeah, there we
you
go. Okay.
Alrighty.
That fucking time.
Don't waste a step.
So let's actually see. I don't think the Fist wants to talk to us, but maybe we can talk to one of these guys?
It seems this individual doesn't think very highly of you, but few can resist.
Alright, never mind. Let's just get into a fight.
Let's be on my way.
So, I don't think we're gonna get any... So, yeah, so this person is asleep right now. So you probably want to close these doors if you can.
Wait, why not drop a dimensional door between there and here? Oh, well, that depends.
Because they get alerts. Like, the minute you do things like magic and opening doors, that's their problem. So...
Alright, so, hang on, what door are we closing?
You want to close the big door. This one here. Because there's a sleeping guard on the other side, see? Brave, Bright Moon?
Go suck a lemon.
Closed.
There. So, alrighty then. So now...
Hello, everyone.
Alright, so we've got the Fist. We got Fist. Alright, so we got an evidence chest, we got an equipment chest. I'm trying to think, would any of them be dumb? Oh, I know someone that would be dumb enough. Hang on a second. How stupid! There's a sleeping guard. I bet you the sleeping guard has a key. Ow. Yes, I'm dumb. Give me a minute.
Boom, boom, boom,
Alright, so I
boom,
pickpocket
boom,
them.
boom.
Hey, there we go.
What to choose? What to take?
There we go. Alright, so now... Go back out here. Ah, Furry Cures is doing their little checks. They're 68% hitable. They were so close to the funny number. They were so close to the funny number. How's people on your side of the chat? They can do like a tasty check, can't they?
Yeah, they can. They can do it. They can test to see how tasty they are.
Nice, 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 nice.
Although,
nice.
don't worry, I know all of you. Doma! I got raided in by Doma.
Oh my goodness! Also, why is
Hello, Doma Fox. How you been? Been a while since I've seen you in chat. What have you been up to? Let's give you a very lovely shout out and see what you were doing.
Dunk. Try again with another.
I am
tools.
Trax. I'm a very big dino.
Yay!
You were playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I need to go back through that at some point.
Alright. So. As you can see, we are now in a fight.
Thank you, Trax Raptor Gamer. Yes, we're in a fight. We're gonna fight.
Yep.
Wait, where's William? William, what are you doing all the way over there, William? William, come
you
here
didn't,
and help us.
You didn't like meet up with him or anything like that.
No, I don't know what happened.
Alright, so
That was Rebirth, though, Doma. Is it good? Okay, William has now joined up with us.
oh. Never mind. Okay,
You're gonna break Karlak out too, by the way.
I was trying to, but because we had like adversaries and what have you, so can I throw anything? Yes.
I need to really play Remake on stream at some point because it's a good game. I played the first version of it on thank you, Ruby. I played the first version of it on PlayStation 4, but I haven't played like the re-release that came out that added Yuffie's content and the other content to it as well. Because like the later versions added more to it. Because you've got Yuffie's side missions, as well as I think they add in a few more variables.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, we're not too fussed about killing them.
No, we're not too fussed about killing them this time.
Okay, cool.
Alright, let me get to 62. Nope, missed. Alright, cool, you do your thing.
So, what's a very famous brand of whiskey?
Jack Daniels.
No, Fireball!
Oh.
See what I did there?
Let's do it again. It reloads the game. And so then that way I have the baduntis at the ready. But they're not dead. Alright,
Yeah, it would have been better if they all died.
It would be. Alright, you wanna pass your turn? And then we go.
The angle of your butt cam, the way you positioned made it look like you were squishing Grant with your gigantic bum.
He always threatens he's gonna sit on me anytime we get into a disagreement.
Yeah, but I think Grant secretly might enjoy it.
Nah. I'm not an ass person. I'm a titty person. Counterspell that shit. Nice. I wonder how strong of a spell did they go for?
Doesn't really matter. Better
Okay.
just to get it over.
Alrighty.
Getting late for you? No worries, Dommy. You have a good one, mate. Try not to stay up too late.
Alright, what is... That's magic missile, that's a fire shield. Nice.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about
Cookie
this guy.
for the Queen Kaiju Pixel! Welcome back, Queen! Good to have you.
How you doing?
Alright, I am going to make... Yep, okay, hang on. I could have Here we go. Actually, never mind. Fuck it. To the highest degree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Never left. Fell asleep under the coffee table.
7, 8. I don't have a... Actually, that's not true. I do have a coffee table. It's a round table in the living room, but I can't fit under there. How did you fit under there?
Don't question kaiju logic.
Alright, fine. I won't question the kaiju logic. Punch! And kick!
That was another punch.
There we go. Alright, and then Karlak is still stuck. Devour intelligence. There we go, we devoured his intelligence.
They had intelligence to begin with?
Yeah, they had intelligence to begin with. They now have 7. Now we get to exploit their lack of intelligence.
2 plus 2. Oh god, I don't know.
Just grovel. Oh, he's doing it to 4 targets. Never mind. Thank you. Masterful squish loafing. Is that a thing? Squish loafing? Oh, there we go. Alright.
I mean, maybe.
Alright.
How do we know it's not a thing?
Catch a break.
It just sounds so silly. There we go.
Yeah, and so...
Let's get out of here.
So
And...
Those bath. You'll help me.
we already went through this
right?
thing.
Good. I'm going to hold you to it.
I mean, a silly thing to say, you know, a silly thing would be, you know...
Suit yourself.
Uh...
A little in case he comes
Boingo,
to his
boingo,
senses.
whoopsie knickers.
Huh? What?
See?
Please tell me you've seen sense. Thank. Good. I'm not in the mood to murder.
Cool. Awesome. Sorry. I wasn't too sure why I wasn't able to just immediately keep her. Alright. Ding dong. There's all her stuff.
Because she's not yours to keep.
It was just
She's a
more of a case...
free-spirited lady.
I just wanted to give her a word of warning of, hey, maybe don't be, like, ultra-violent.
You hear in this chat, he thinks women are an object to keep.
No, don't you dare do this to me. I have been raised...
I am joking. I am joking, chat, by the way. I am joking.
Hell the fucking yes. Alrighty, so...
We respect all the women, and the men, and the non-men's, and the men's who are men's that are non-men's.
Where did my staff go? Did I? I'm pretty sure I had a
Let's go here.
staff. Oh, I might have accidentally put it.
Worst joke to make? I mean, I've made worse, Derek. I've made worse.
They just make terrible life decisions. Alright, so...
I mean, terrible life decisions is probably my middle name.
thought your middle name
I mean-
was the...
Me?
Looking at.
Because
Oh,
code the
Step forward.
Yoshi.
I mean, how do you know the isn't just an abbreviation of terrible life decisions?
Because life doesn't begin with H? Oh, and decisions doesn't begin with an E.
I mean, not in your language. I mean, in somebody else's language, it might.
Whose? Do you have a language that does that?
No.
Oh, would you look at that? My guys, like, never... Oh. Alright. Ow.
Oh, and right, we didn't. Now that we're back out, we haven't made the contract
far
thing with Mazerna.
Yep,
Oh, I should
which
be
I'm...
clear.
So
I'm
let's
Hello.
let's not do that.
let's not talk to her.
Forgetting
Hello,
that.
new YY.
Listen.
Why does it say new YY? What
And
happened to the
forgiving
old
courage.
YY?
When I'd all but run out.
Well, I mean, same thing that happened to just the standard
When
YY.
the flames roared loud. I will. You won't.
We already had all this kind of talk. Oh, hey, there's a ladder here.
Yes, I've already been down that ladder.
Oh, what did we find down there?
A chest.
Okay, so nothing new.
No, actually, do I still have the chest? Yes, I still have the chest. Come over here.
You've just been carrying this chest all this time.
Yes, because I couldn't lockpick it, and there might be a trap on it.
Oh my god, Brawn Animations! Hi! The horrible effects. Nice, there. Hi, Brawn Animations. I saw you, like, you did a follow for me, like, 2 days ago. I didn't know you were, like, on the Twitches and what have you. Code, do you know who Brawn Animations do?
I have heard their name before. I don't think I've actually seen them, though.
So, Brawn Animations does some cool animations. So if you get like a commission from like one of the cool Bara artists out on the Twitters and the Fur Affinities and what have you, and they've got like stages, what Brawn Animations does is they do a cool like GIF where it's like it's them like the stages are actually like an animated
yes,
GIF.
I remember seeing their Legoshi one they did recently.
Yeah. So, really cool stuff. Hey, I got a natural 20. Critical success. A letter and gold. Gold you can hold on to.
Yay, I get the gold.
Alright, so yeah, so it says, get Gortash's Neverstone, disable the Steel Watch, gather your allies. We broke Karlak out of jail, she's still waiting for her revenge against Gortash. So yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to talk to Gortash again. So, do we want to head to camp and do a rest?
Yeah, let's go to camp and do the rest.
Alright. Cookie for new YY. Oh. Why is there twisting vines here?
Oh yeah, for some reason whenever Halcyon sleeps there, there's twisting vines.
Okay. Oh yeah, and we're not in the main place. But that's
yeah, we're
okay.
out here.
That's fine. That's not the end of the world. But yeah.
It's not the end of the... Oh god, it's the end of the world!
Alright. Oh yeah, I have a lot of stuff.
Yeah, we're gonna need characters that are gonna be fast on their feet.
Yep. Alrighty, so...
So Astarion could be an option as well, given he's a thief. And Will has Misty Step.
Yeah. Alright. Give me a few to double check. So I've got all these fire wine barrels, so we have 6 turns. We did a little bit of metagaming to figure out what would happen if we went into a place. So we're setting ourselves up ahead of time for the thingy.
Yeah, we're cheating a little, but not really.
Yeah. So spell restoration, when downed, automatically stabilize at the start of the turn. When you are healed, you heal the maximum possible points. A magic missile. I don't know what Voice of the Circle would do. Here it is, Amulet of Wind Rider, giving Ride the Winds and a Gust of Wind. Ride of the Winds transforms into a cloud, becoming resistant to all damage. You gain advantage on Constitution, Dexterity, and Strength saving throws, and tiny in size. And then Gust of Wind is clear all clouds and push things back 5 meters, forcing them... Okay, so it's not, like, perfect, so, but...
Yeah, not perfect.
Not perfect, but...
Not perfect.
Let's see, what else have we got? See invisibility.
Kodor, you're on. So, hey! Not always. Sometimes they're just like explosions, and, I fly over in one direction because,
Featherfall.
propulsion.
Glorious Vault. Shrink this to triple your jump distance for 10 turns. I don't know, do you think we're going to have a lot of elevation, or do you think you can do, like, a really big jump with these things?
Not sure. I know I can use Misty Step a few times. And I've got, or I did have at one point, I think I have it on the amulet I'm wearing.
Arrow of Teleportation. Teleport wherever you hit this arrow.
Yeah, I've got the Nightwalker boots. Which stops me from being, enwebbed, entangled, or ensnared, and I can't slip on grease or icy surfaces.
Yep.
Also gives me Misty Step once per long rest.
Darkness, Dark Vision, Detecting Thoughts, Dethrone, Disguise, Self, Featherfall, Fireball. Here it is. So here's a Scroll of Haste.
I've also got the ability of haste, too.
Yep.
I've got the spell for haste.
I got Fly.
Also got that.
Yep, cool. The idea is that way we don't like, you don't have to use up slots. Ah, here we go. We got 3 scrolls of Misty Step. So... And then... Let's just have a remove curse, just in case. What's...
I mean, I've got plenty of spells in my bag of tricks.
Mm-hmm.
A few too many spells in my bag of tricks. I have 3-dimension door scrolls. I've got... I don't think I've got any other sort of... I've got 6 scrolls of fly.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I've got gust of wind, greater invisibility, ray of enfeeblement. That could work in our favor in certain situations.
Mm-hmm.
Wall of stone, which could block enemies, but that also could work against us. And scroll of webs.
Scroll
I've got
of
a few
webs, I
things that
think.
can
would-
hamper. I've got 1 scroll of misty step.
Okay. So wait, what's my calculation? So I can do 15 to 25 damage while unarmed. So that's where I'm currently sitting with my gear. If I do the Morning Frost, it goes down to 9 and 22. Okay, so by being unarmed, I do more damage. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. So
So
yeah.
you do more damage unarmed.
I do more damage unarmed. Like, I do a more damage on a minimum unarmed, and I'm like a 3 above like a lot of the weapons. So, because like Saloon's Spear of Night, for instance, is 10 to 20, whereas with unarmed, I'm 15 to 25. So like that's...
So I mean, you're better off being an unarmed fighter then.
Yeah. So, and that's where I'm at right now. The flawed Hell Dust gloves, they give me like additional fire damage, and then if I... Or it gives me necrotic damage because I'm doing unarmed damage and can inflict bleeding, and it gives me like an increase in strength. This one gives
There is there is something that might be beneficial to you. The gloves of Sizzle and Cinder.
Give me a sec.
They turn your
Nimbles,
unarmed strikes. I think I've got. Do I have them or did I give them to you?
Winter Clutches,
Um,
Wondrous.
I don't have them. I think I gave them to you. So what they do is they'll make any of your unarmed strikes deal fire damage.
Yeah, I got it. And then, so yeah. So I'm able to do necrotic damage already.
And it also gives you...
What about Gloves of Crushing? The wearer gains a +1 bonus to unarmed attack rolls, and their unarmed attack rolls deal an additional 2 bludgeoning. I reckon that's good.
That's not too bad either. That's actually probably a little bit better.
Yeah, so swapping over to that gives me 16 to 23. So it raises my minimum, but my potential is down by 2. And the reason... So yeah. So it's a difference between doing necrotic damage and getting a +1 save, or... Dragonfire Fist makes it so I do fire damage. But I have the option of doing Scorching Rays.
I mean, you could try to retweak your monk build to focus more on unarmed combat.
Maybe. What were some of... Because I saw one that did, like, a winter thing. Swordmaster. Here it is.
I saw a few on TikTok that
Snow-dusted
do.
monastery gloves. I deal 1d4 cold damage, and it gives me ice knife. So, because I already got that with a key point, which does 1d10. Nimble Fingers gives me a +1 to my dexterity, and gives me sleight of hand. That might be... What does that do for me? 14 to 21. Okay, so it doesn't do that big of an improvement. Yeah, 15 to 20. I feel like the necrotic is still better. And what's more is, if there is a weapon, it at least turns it into, you know, the D4 goes from necrotic to fire. So...
Yeah.
So yeah, the only reason I would imagine the Nimble Fingers would be good is to increase the dexterity, but I'm already at 20, so I'd have to, like, up it by 2 somehow.
There's one ability that's really useful that I've noticed for feats for monks is the Tavern Brawler ability.
Yes, I think I've heard of this. Also, increases to To a maximum of 20. Oh, okay, so the mighty cloth doesn't do anything for me because I'm already past 20. Did I drink the thingy? I must have.
Did I drink the spiked tea?
Yes, it is literally a spiked tea that I think I drank. Resistance, basic poisons. Alright, do we wanna... Okay, I'm just gonna... Actually, I'll keep the gloves of crushing just in case I have an issue with, because this does increase the attack roll. So, my current attack bonus is, plus 16. So, short of, like, a critical miss, I should be good. But yeah, take a long rest so we can get through some cutscenes.
Yeah, yep, let's do it.
Yep, alrighty then. Where do we go to rest? Where do we go to rest?
In the barn.
End the day. Okay, we can click on the campfire. But yeah, should be... We did lots of planning, chat. I know I'm himbo, but it just means it takes a bit longer for me to do my plans. And then go to bed. Wait, did anyone want to talk to us?
Hang on. Can you cancel that?
Yeah, I canceled it. I don't see anyone talking.
Let me have a look. Nope, I don't see anything above anyone here or over there. Nope, sleep that bitch.
Alrighty. Yum. Go to bed. Yep. Auto select. We got so much food. We'll be fine.
Doesn't look like anyone's been here in a while. Perhaps people lost faith.
Oh.
No idea how we got here.
Forgot about it.
What is this
I
place?
wanted to come here. To see if I felt anything that I hadn't done before. Now that I know what I know. Now that I know who I am.
Do you feel anything?
Loss. Actual loss, not Shah's oblivion. I had my family. For too short a moment. Now they're gone. By my hand.
They're not truly gone. Remember the moon motes.
I remember. But they can't comfort me. They can't give me advice. They can't tell me what I was like as a little
Aw, Trex, that's very nice of you to say.
I'm gonna give her a hug. Oh, she knelt down for me to be able to give her a hug.
Don't let that catch you.
It's a hug! She was crying!
Okay, we'll let it pass this time.
Telling me I can't give up. This is, you know what this is? This is some toxic masculinity being like, oh, you can't hug a woman if you love another woman. Like, what kind of bullshit is that? Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hug you, mother. I have someone else I am looking forward to. I'm sorry, sister. I am looking for a girlfriend. I can't give you any affection.
You know I'd never truly be actually toxic masculine.
So what is it now? Shadowheart or Genevieve?
Shadowheart. She's as much a part of who I am as Genevieve. Can't just forget her.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what I do anymore. Besides, Shadowheart still suits me.
Oh yeah, we already got this line.
God, the eyes looking down at you
Yeah.
a little bit.
Just like,
The way she's looking down at you a little bit there, she's like, I'm going to stab you in your sleep.
Yep, they were gonna do that.
Don't! It's just the unfortunate fact they could just bend her head down a few degrees to talk to you.
Yep.
They had to do the eye movement thing on it. All right, now do we want to take Astarion with us, given that you'll need someone with a little extra movement? Or we can deal with Karlak and have her just blaze through everything like a fucking raging tank.
Why does it say rage impeded? Oh, weighed down by heavy armor. Until the armor is removed, raging won't grant extra damage resistance to physical or advantage. Oh, that's what I accidentally did to her.
Yeah, you gave her heavy armor. I told you she doesn't need heavy armor.
God damn it, I forgot about that little tidbit.
He doesn't listen to me, chat, and he wonders why things like this happen.
Well, okay, how... She's like a level 12 barbarian. How else are we supposed to help her?
By giving her things that increase her ability to rage out.
Okay.
You know, like the armor that you had before that allowed her to Hulk out.
The Blood Guzzler's garb?
Yeah, something along those lines.
So yeah, so drops her down
As long
to
as she can go Hulk smash.
So yeah, because right now her
The whole
AC is
point
like
is that when
14.
When the enemy damages the wearer. No, not that one. There was another one that when she went rage, she gained extra benefits.
When raging, they gain 2 turns of wrath, Constitution +2.
Yeah, that's probably the better one.
Ah, okay. Yep, AC goes to 15. Okay, did I give her the potion? Okay, she's at strength 18. Perhaps did I or didn't I? Because there was
The
like...
Hill Giant Strength Potion.
No, not the Hill Giant Strength Potion, but a different potion that would have permanently increased her,
I think you did.
Increase it to 27, this can't be thrown... Yeah, so that's until long rest, but there was like a permanent...
By the way, you put the other armors and everything into a chest.
Oh, no, here it is.
You might...
Increases your strength by +2, so...
You might also want to put some of these weapons away that you don't need.
Oh, now that I don't have a higher strength, because I drank the hill strength thingy-majiggy, the unarmed strikes went down to 7 and 17. So...
Well, you've got it still there, though.
I have another, so I've got the Colossus, and, yeah, there's Hill Giant. But yeah, let me give her, because I want to give her the Everlasting Vigor. Because I think...
Everlasting Vigor.
Because I think giving her the Everlasting Vigor should help her. The only other thing... So yeah, because... Like, the only other thing is, like, for to increase her armor class, we'd have to increase her dexterity or her constitution. So yeah. Alright, but yeah, I think... Yeah, giving her to drink that means that her, like, using these halbergs, for instance, she'll do more than, like, 20 damage, potentially.
Yeah, I have a whole bunch of rings I need to sell.
And plus, the Titan String does even more damage, because it's, you know, additional damage equal to the strength.
Zolo, do you have any gold that I could take off you?
There we go.
Whatever happens next, be sure that I...
Alright, so,
oh, he's also got a scroll of
6, 18, 17. Alright, so... So, and then she's got Cloud Giant Strength, so that's fine. Alright. Is there a legendary weapon that would help her? So 9 and 16, that wouldn't do much. Nelia is 10 and 22. This one might be good for her.
Might be, or possibly is.
Possibly, I think it is. So, if she can use Trident, Yes, she can. Awesome. So now she does 10 to 22 damage. It's versatile, so she can wield it with both hands, which I think she can do. Yeah, right. So yeah, right now she's wielding it with 2 hands. She gains +3 meter bonus to movement speed and jump distance, which I think is going to be very helpful right now. And every time, this weapon will return to their hand when thrown, and cannot be forced to drop it. When it's thrown, it creates an explosion that deals 3. It does like 3 to 12 thunder damage in a 6-meter radius on, but like centered on the target.
Yeah.
Plus, it does like light thing, and proficiency with the weapon unlocks like a whole slew of other abilities.
Actually, I wonder when it comes to what's the Starian got that we might be able to utilize and all that.
So,
because would it be more beneficial to take a Starian, given that firstly his AC is as high as yours on 19. He's also got the wearer's movement speed is unimpeded in difficult terrain. Absolute Bane.
Can he use?
He's got initiative to stealth checks.
Once we're in there, I think we won't be able to do the because it sounds like we're either going to be in combat all the time or something around.
Yeah, no, I think then Will's probably the better option.
That's a great.
What does Minsk have? Not a fucking lot. Actually, we haven't even leveled up Minsk.
I'm not too worried about Minsk. You gain +2 bonus to attack rolls that have already taken damage. Unarmed and melee will do that as long as you don't have full health. If you don't, okay, so the Berserker doesn't help us at all.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's all medium armor. Because shield gives her +2.
Who said that?
Who said what?
Somebody, but and it wasn't me.
Five. Okay, so total it could be 9 or 14. And then it's 9 or 16. 28 versus 26 plus 8. Okay, so shield won't help. To camp. I'm just like looking at all the different stuff. You didn't have something else in mind, did you?
No, not really.
All right, so did we want to keep to Karlak and Will as our options?
Will? Yeah, because Will's got Misty Step, I've got Misty Step. Karlak can essentially just rip through anything.
Yeah, I'll probably split it a Misty Step scroll with her, so then that way she can. I've also got this Zephyr Flash thing, which is rush forward, create an air vortex that blasts foes and possibly inflicts bleeding. Doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity. So she's got several options here. Don't know why she's got.
I mean, I've got things like mirror image that should keep people off my ass if I'm careful.
Yeah. Okay. Deals. Oh, here we go. Ring of Fling. The wearer deals a D4 bonus to throw damage. So I'm gonna give that to her. See in the dark of 12 meters. That's a fog amulet.
Ooh, excuse me. I found. I was over at Aldi and they had a 4-pack of Bundaberg ginger beer for like $4.
Jesus.
I was like, that's $1 a ginger beer.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you can't go past a Bundaberg.
Noted.
Bundaberg does your best fucking gingies.
Did not know that.
Have you never had a Bundaberg ginger beer?
I don't think it's been like a huge thing for me.
You are missing out. Do you like ginger beer?
I don't think so. I'm more of a root beer. I'm a sweet kind of drinker. I like my that's why I go with like rum and cokes. Is like I like my cola and I like my what's-a-mahoozy, my
Ginger beer is sweet, but it's got a nice bit of tang to the sweetness.
Maybe that's the problem? I don't know. Oh yeah, Amulet of Wind Rider. I probably want her to wear rather than the fog wall, she gets the gaseous form thing.
Gaseous form. That's just me when I fart.
Ow.
All right.
No, actually, hang on. One thing I want to check.
Magic missile. Chilling thingy. Okay, I think she's about as good as it's gonna get. Hi there, little Incineroar. Alright, I think she's about as good as we're gonna get.
No, never mind.
I want to check something. I want to go back to the blacksmith and see what the girl says now that we found the corpse of the guy.
I go.
Which person?
The blacksmith, the one that tried to kill you and that you killed almost accidentally.
Oh. Over in, I'm pretty
Rivington.
Yeah, I think he's dead.
He is dead.
Yeah. So, there's nothing for us there.
I want to have a look at them. I want to just talk to them.
I am going to... Let's see, so... Worms Rock thing... Quests... So we've got... Alright, hide the completeds.
No? Nope, doesn't say anything. Let me also have a look, see if there's something here that might be useful to us, too.
Defend... Deal with Red Hammer
Oh,
device.
Elven Chainmail. Elven Chainmail, you are considered proficient with this armor while wearing it. The wearer gains a bonus to initiative rolls on dexterity and saving throws.
Hang on, what?
Bone Spike Garb. You gain 15 temporary hit points when you rage. Exoskeleton endurance. Endure all incoming attack damage by 2. When the wearer is struck by melee, the attacker takes piercing damage of 2.
Oh. Nice. Okay, hang on a second. Ding dong. Sorry, I just need to figure out what the F I'm doing.
Shield +1. Wait, I'm not proficient with shields. Plate armor.
Okay, cool.
Hide armor. Really? How much? 9 pound. Probably all the scrolls to keep on me.
To get you... Okay, so you're over... So you took Rivington to get there. Alrighty then, alrighty then.
As long as you stop sulking and start walking right now.
Oh, that's why. I've got a fucking smoke powder barrel in my back pocket for some reason. Why am I carrying a smoke powder barrel?
I honestly forgot I pranked you with putting... You can put that in the chest back in camp.
Too late, I sold it.
Do you know how expensive and hard to find those are?
They're like 8 gold.
Get it back. It'd be good.
What's the rush, so? Can't we stay here for a bit?
Yeah, didn't. So you're still trading with her? Can I?
Yeah, I'm still.
I want.
No, you can trade with her now.
All right, then. Cool. Cool. Cool.
Fucking
Cool.
putting a barrel in my
Guilty.
goddamn inventory
How
without
can I
me
help
knowing it. What if I was to pick up a fat person?
What can I do for you?
Show me your wares, please.
Of course.
Sorry.
Gildrow's finest.
Say that again.
What if I was going to pick up a fat person? I would have been over encumbered then.
Why would you pick up a fat person?
I mean, why wouldn't I?
You got me there. And then...
Grant, are you doing your little exploit?
No. What are you talking about?
Chat, is Grant doing his little exploit?
I have no clue what you're talking about at all. Could be talking about anything. Thank you, Queen. She calls me innocent. I am a simple, innocent himbo. Thank you very much.
Really?
I do my best, okay?
And what is it that your Twitch stream was telling me here? There's video evidence that I have right here that I can pull up on my screen so people can see.
It's that I'm over encumbered.
I don't care how give them a piece of my mind.
Yes.
They work for the guild.
You're over cucumbered, are ya?
Yes, I am over encumbered.
Too many cucumbers.
There we go. Dang.
This is what happens when you eat too many cucumbers.
Still alive.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so.
Sorry, I stopped listening after I was looking at Karlak's personality.
Bonus to your sneaky attacks do. Okay, so that's more for Astarion.
Astaminarian.
There we go. And
The
then
priests will open the temple of...
Ambusher. You gain thingamadiggies. Nope, sent to camp.
Woof.
Woof.
Ah, you speak, which means you're not a dog. So,
She just decides to ruin your day because you just weren't a dog. What?
Oh shit! This is one of Scratch's owners.
Wait. What? You can't just drop that kind of shit on me. Is there anything important? No, not really. Alright. Dink, donk. Send to camp. There we go. Sort by. Wait. And then.
Does anyone have any? Does anyone have a potion of speak with animal?
I think I do. Give me a moment, please. Speak with animal. Drink.
No, I need the potion.
Why do you need the potion?
Because I was gonna speak with the animals.
Why can't I?
Because I wanted to do it.
Too
Mom!
bad. If you wanted to do. Also, why am I doing? Why did we fail the fucking perception checks?
send you back to the fish pits, oyster boy.
I'm still learning. There's so much.
Zola.
Learn quicker.
Mistress says not to talk to strangers.
She says not. He says not to talk to strangers.
Woof.
Sit. Stay.
Ah,
Heal.
which means you're not a dog. So, what the hell are you doing in my kennels? It's the
Yeah,
only
punch
way
you
to
in the
teach him.
beaver.
He behaves worse than the dogs and makes more of a mess.
Do I tell her about Scratch?
I mean, we can see. We're not giving him up.
We're not gonna give him up. This better not mean that I'm good.
Scratch is our good boy.
Tempted you? I can't say I'm surprised. Gomwick never kept him on a tight leash. Bring him here, and I'll give him a once-over for you. Check him for worms and so on.
Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see him.
He's a good dog. We'd both love to see him again.
Alright. Scratch! Oh, no, he doesn't.
Scratch! Oh, it's good to see you, boy.
Shut up, Dringo, and get back to work.
Oi, fuck you.
You've been slacking as well, Scratch, my boy. This dog is property of Sword Coast Couriers. I'll take him off your hands now.
Fuck you will, slut.
You shouldn't raise your hand to him like that.
I can do whatever I please. He's my dog. Now get out. This is a private yard.
No.
Oh, that's my one.
Alright. I feel like intimidation checks should have a strength check with them.
Yeah.
I feel like strength should go in with the intimidation.
Do we have an inspiration? Do we have an inspiration?
Nah, let's just see what she does.
And if you do, I'll call the guards. Who do you think they'll side with? The dog is my property.
Oh, no, let's make it. Let's not kill her because we don't want to be that type of person.
The dog is unable to speak through the small
What you got
bag.
there,
I
Scratch?
don't know. All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
Nice.
Oh, such a good boy.
Where's the other dog? There's the other dog.
Not everyone subscribes to what.
Sublime of what?
Not everyone
Oh, it's because I'm trying to. Okay, Oyster Boy.
I'm sorry for what happened.
Can I? All right, where'd Zola go? I don't see Zola. Oh, there they are. Hello.
Thank you for making Mistress go away. She was horrid.
Hang on. I'll distract him over here.
I'm gonna
Now open up the cage.
No, I want to talk to.
Mistress is gone.
All right.
Not for communal use. It.
Out of sight, out of mind. I don't need any attention right now.
No, you tried talking to them.
All right. Well, now you try talking to them.
In my mistress's absence, I will look after this place and any dogs who come here. I promise.
Yay!
Good boys.
Nice. Alrighty. Moving on. What is?
Yeah, like hell, we were gonna leave that bitch with.
Okay, so it's dealing with the gnomes down there. We're not speaking with Raphael. I'm not gonna talk to Mizora.
So let's go then and do the underwater thing.
The underwater thing?
Yeah.
Alright, so avenge the Iron Hand.
I think the Grey Harbor's dock, close to where we need to go.
Yep, alright. Let's go Grey Harbor Dock. Venture forth.
I know it's fun to be a murder hobo, but sometimes, you know...
Look, they're not dead. They're knocked unconscious. They just lost a bit of blood when I knocked them. Don't be so pedantic. We're fine.
No, Jer was all about the murder hobo thing.
Oh, okay. No, we're not murder hobos. What are you on about? We're totally sane people.
Yeah, we're controlled assault hobos.
Yes. Just waiting for shit to load. Still waiting for shit to load.
Bit is loading.
Yep.
Loading is shit.
Loading will do what it does.
My lord, that ad was... What ad was it?
I don't know. Who knows?
Only the ad knows.
So you know how
Planet of the Monkeys. Oh god. We're stuck in T-pose.
If not over, then through.
Everything is loading.
So yeah, I think we need to head to Flim's cargo. So I think that's where we needed to go. Which will get us under... Let's see how quickly I can move there.
Let's see how quickly we can T-pose there.
So yeah, because it goes Grey Harbor. Oh, maybe City Sewers is where we need to go? No, it wouldn't be City Sewers. Like, because we don't know what will happen once we're in the City Sewers. I wish there was a way to, like, look in other maps other than the one you're currently in.
Uh-oh. Sorry, I had to quickly do a refresh.
You disconnected?
My, No, you know, the game, broke me in T-pose again.
Ah, okay. Alright, let me know once you're... I'm just moving right now. Alright, let me try and get everyone back up together. Don't know what's going on.
I assert my dominance wherever I go.
Alright, so yeah, we need to get down to here.
I'm so dominant assertive that, bottom energy. Yeah, there we go.
Excellent words.
Yeah, those were... Waiting for the game to load.
Suck a lemon.
Used... What? Why is it... Okay, you guys are in a fight for some reason. Why are you in a fight?
I mean...
What did you do?
I don't know! I was T-posed!
Oh my god, you got into, like, someone's business. Oh, okay.
I'm waiting for you to accept the invite to bring me back.
Oh, whoops. It kind of broke. Try again. Ding plus donk code the Yoshi. It says invited, but then it's not giving me a dialogue box.
Hang on. Assault hobos, aka VDV.
Alright, there we go. No, you can get this order of operation. Apply, resume. There you go. Alright.
Oh yeah, what do you think about the whole Tango Games Works closing down?
I learned about that yesterday. It's... Okay, this is going to be a bit of a doomer kind of opinion, I will be real with you, but it doesn't surprise me.
Given that it's Microsoft and...
No, not that. It's just given... So, alright. To give context, Tango Works is owned by Microsoft because it's owned by Zenny Media. Tango Works Studios was responsible for The Evil Within, so Evil Within 1 and 2. It was responsible for Hi-Fi Rush and Ghostwire Tokyo. So, also, I realize code is now, like, disconnected again.
Yeah, my game crashed.
Alright, let me just get through this fight without you then. Alright,
But I want to know what I did!
Too bad.
No, I need to know what I did. Don't fight them yet. Let me there.
Alright, let me see if there's a... Alright, let me just go to the quick save then. Alright, so... Tango Works Studios, responsible for The Evil Within 1 and 2, Hi-Fi Rush, Ghostwire Tokyo, and I think one random mobile game in between Hi-Fi Rush and Ghostwire Tokyo, the studio got closed down just a day or two ago. And this is a bit of an upset for a lot of the people in the gaming community because, number one, they had just gone through a whole series of accolades throughout the award seasons, which, let's be real, they were competing against things like Baldur's Gate and what have you. So for them to earn BAFTAs and all this kind of such was, you know, a good applaud for them. But even then, they still get closed down. And the way Phil Spencer and some of the execs up in Microsoft explain it is they closed down the studio to better position themselves for acquiring more content or something, or rather for the Xbox ecosystem.
It's just stupid.
Looking for small games
Also,
that win. That's the thing, is that claim of looking for small games that win awards, that was a comment that was like weeks ago. That was a comment before, like, so that was either that was a bold-faced lie from the executives to the town hall meeting and such like that where it first popped up, or some shit happened. But yeah, it wasn't just TangleWorks, it was 6-ish small Microsoft owns. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing as well, is that TangleWorks is the headliner for us, because normally when a studio closes down and such, it's usually from the factor of like, oh, there isn't a means of being able to support the studio due to their pedigree of, like, you know, maybe not being responsible for some of the bigger winners that Microsoft is doing, which is a little bit annoying because after Microsoft spent so much money trying to acquire Activision Blizzard, like $68.9 billion, one of the largest acquisitions of its kind, the market saw, because of that, there was like a huge amount of growth. But like less than 2% of its stock growth is irrelevant to Activision Blizzard, which to a lot of financiers is for me, it seems like as if we've only just grown simply because, oh, we've acquired a company that had a lot of money. Now we have a lot of money. It's one of those like, it's a capitalist mindset of, oh, you'd rather lose money than let other people make money. It's why Big Oil was so upset when the US government came in saying you can't keep yourselves as one company, you have to split. And Big Oil was like, nah, because we're responsible for helping us, you know, make the amount of money we can. If you split them up, they'll lose money. And it's like, ugh.
Anyway, I'm waiting for you to invite me again.
Yep, sorry, let me just get through the
He's a good dog. We both love. And this dog is property of Sword Coast Couriers. I'll take him off your. I can do whatever I please.
Intimidation, roll that nonsense.
Now get out. This is a private
yep, roll the 12. So, ding, continue, and attack. Alrighty, so passives, knock them out.
Knockouts only. We're not cruel.
We're just knocking them out.
Tempers are rising.
I'll do a better job looking up.
Alright, cool. Multiplayer plus code the Yoshi. So yeah, so the problem that Microsoft is doing, like, and this is like a crazy fucking thing to happen, because essentially, because I think coming up we have Nintendo news like in the next day or two, and you know, a few days ago we just recently went through the whole, oh, Sony was about to do a major update that would just fuck over 130 countries worth of gamers by forcing you to have a PSN network, but then they rolled it back because Steam allowed you to do refunds for games that you were like hundreds of hours in and for a long period of time, which, let's be clear, the reason why Sony pulled out of their little change with the patch is because of Valve, not because of gamers.
Yeah.
So that's the bigger issue here, is that gamers think that, you know, oh, if we be up in arms on Twitter, then things can change. It's like, no. It needs to be a money thing. You need to take money away from them. And unfortunately, Microsoft is a huge fucking company, even after you contend with the fact that the Microsoft, like, software division, like, you know, Windows and all that, is separate to
Dog
Microsoft
wags
Games.
his tail, a small bag clenched between his
So-
teeth. He gives in and surrenders his find
we're
to you.
we're in a tough spot because here's the thing: is that things are going to get worse before they get better. That's why protests are all about disruption of the common man and the operations of the company. So because the
Hey, Tech
unfortunate.
Chub, how dare you say that I'm fat?
Hi there, Tech Chub. So yeah, the
Oh
only.
yeah, well you get a shout out because.
So yeah.
Anyway, Grant, I was just filling that time in while we were getting everything else ready to go.
Nah, fair enough. Sorry about that. It's just.
People are stupid, do stupid things, and stupid is stupid.
It's not that people are stupid. That's the thing. It's not that people are stupid. It's that people are like you have the company side, which is insincere, and they're only interested in the money thingy-majiggy. Because that's the thing. Businesses do not care for a creative vision, and video games are a very expensive endeavor for a creative vision. It costs way more to make a video game than it does to write a book, to draw, to make a movie, to make a TV series even. It is costly as fuck. And
Let's see if I'm going to be T-posing again.
And I know some people might be like, "Oh, but what if you just, run like an indie scene?" There are over 9,000 games a year released in the indie scene. That is not a viable business practice. That is great if you're a single developer who might be willing to shell out 50 plus games before you decide you're done with it, a la Five Nights at Freddy's style, or you are just a hobbyist like Lethal Company, where it's only your second or third game and you're just learning how to do shit. It does not work in a business environment of, oh, here is a crew of 12 people and 6 of them are developers and the other 6 have to do the rest of the business.
Yay, I didn't get in trouble this time.
You're not competing against a couple thousand of people. You're competing against AAA in that market. So when Toys for Bob said, we're turning indie, as in they're turning independent months ago, some people were wondering how the fuck, whether they were fucking wizards and predicted that nonsense. So, yeah.
I just realized I've left Willith behind.
You need to fix that. G, to group them up again. So that's our only avenue, really, as far as fanatics and critics go of video games, our wallet is our voting power, and for a very, very long time, even I am susceptible to this, because let's be real with you, I was for the Activision Blizzard acquisition by Microsoft, and my reason for that is because I did not see a way that Bobby Kotick was going to leave people the fuck alone, short of the company just fucking ruining itself, which would have been an even worse avenue. But unfortunately, we're now at this case where I'm like, I feel like either governments have to break up the companies, which, probably not going to happen, let's be real, or we, just stop caring about video games to such a degree that it goes through a bit of a depression era, much like films did back in 1950s. Because what happened then is that, the Western Hollywood was losing so much money because they were trying to spend so much money on big star talent and big extras and big scenes, and it wasn't making any money, and their only saving grace was the fact that there was foreign markets, so non-American studios and what have you. So
where was the entrance again? It was around here somewhere, wasn't it?
In the basement.
Basement. Press X to basement. Basement.
Even if they do get an Embracer Group situation, when one of its 3 companies takes the dive, they hold everything together. Yeah, no, so you are absolutely correct here. Also, is there any barrels for me to pick up? No, there isn't. Okay.
Basement.
That's the problem, Angrel, is that, as much as it would be great to have a government in, it's not just the EU or the US. You have to go in multiple different areas. As much as it would be great to have governments you know, look at a lot of these people and go like, nope, you are holding way too many cards and you are, you know, a threat to the economy of, you know, game design and what have you, it's not going to happen because, quite frankly, governments don't actually care about creative systems. They don't care about creative works. It's only after they've, you know, made them monies. All right, into the hatch we go.
Money.
So, and really, the best people who could probably fight against these systems, like Larian Studios, let's be real, it's hard enough for them just doing it their own company. They're not going to be able to help everyone else.
Money. Money, money, money.
Must be funny in a rich man's world. So, sorry, it's just... Ugh. I love video games, I really do, but nothing in, like, unless it's like a huge fucking blockbuster, I just don't have the energy.
I warned you to stay away once. I don't do second warnings.
Oh, we fucked up our run. I don't know if that was supposed to happen.
Well, we'll find out when we get in there.
Hopefully we need at least like 6 turns or something. Alrighty. Actually, while we're up here, so
make a separate save. Be on the safe side.
Save.
Did that automatically put us into turn-based?
No, I did. I put us into turn-based because I wanted to be able to because I'm worried because I think once we go in, either we go in there and everything is destroyed, or because like remember how they said there was going to be a countdown?
Yeah, I see a lot of people in green still highlighted, which means there are people still alive.
Alrighty then.
So I think best thing to do, you and Karlak when we get in, like looking from this direction, you and Karlak head right. Will and I will head left quickly, and then everyone meet up and go upwards. So
okay,
you
so
go around.
East.
Yeah, you go east and around. Will and I will head left. Because I see a human over there.
It looks like there's a lot of people west, but then we also have to try and go... It looks like you'll be able to go south, west, and then back up. So I might... Alright. You ready?
Maybe. We'll see how it goes. Okay, do this thing.
Alrighty, I'm going to target myself for the haste. Go down the hatch.
Halt.
A cold, suckering wetness grasps at your mind. A voice, familiar to you from the Underdark, wraps itself around your brain.
You must act with haste. Duke Ravengard is held within...
Oh! He's here!
He must be extracted.
Omelion? Who is that?
Normally I would find your people's lust for pleasantries amusing. Unfortunately, we have no time. There are many hostages here. Duke Ravengard, chief among them. He needs your help.
Tell me what to do.
Duke Ravengard is held in the security wing. Be careful. There are many hazards. This structure is collapsing. Act with speed. Act with efficiency.
Alright, so yeah, I did a
you've
save.
You've made a separate save for this one, right?
Yeah, I did a save just beforehand. I was worried because when he said, oh, you know, I don't do second warnings, I thought that was something that wouldn't happen if we... Because remember how we saw this place and then we were about to go in and then we went back out?
Yeah.
So...
Hang on, I'm just having a look, see who I can notice.
Alright, so...
Oh, I think I see the Duke over there. So I'm going over this way.
Alright, give me a second. I'm going to have Karlak cast. So do you have a haste? Yeah, you have haste?
I have haste on.
Alright, so I'm going to let Karlak cast haste as well. She is going to go down the ladder. Sahagin. Okay. Okay, so you're going east this time.
No, I'm going west, aren't I? Hang on.
You went east.
Hang on, I don't know where I am. Hang on.
You're
Hold up.
east. Look on the map. Orientate yourself so north is at the top.
Oh, I did. I went east accidentally.
All right, no, that's fine.
Oh, but Duke Ravengard's over this way anyway.
Yeah, no, you go with Duke Ravengard. I will deal with.
So you go that way.
Yeah, so I'm gonna.
There's more people over here, so if you go.
Yeah, so let me try and deal with. Alrighty.
Like over there.
I can't break my concentration.
These maps get really fucking confusing sometimes.
Possibly they'll have disadvantage on attack rolls and can't move.
Fireball.
There we go. There. All right. So now.
I thought I was done for.
So they're going to be able to do their own thing. I need to. Let's see. How far can she jump?
Quick spell. No.
3, 2, 1. There we go. Some more Sahagins to deal with. Alright. So she's posted there.
Worth the cost.
So now I need to go down a floor. Okay, so you're Misty stepping. Okay, what's dimension door again? Teleport yourself to a place you can see. They cannot be larger than a. Okay, so we're gonna cast that spell, and then it's too far. The fuck you mean it's too? Choose a teleportation location. Okay. Okay.
All right, I've almost taken out these two sanguines.
All right.
I think the others, they'll just run straight to the thing, and we don't have to worry about them.
Alrighty then. Sorry, little Incineroar. I have to be focusing so hard right now. I don't want to fuck up. So yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the Sahagin Hunter.
Is it Sahagin or I thought it was Sanguine?
I thought it was Sahagin because of Final Fantasy. Sorry.
Sahagin. No, you might be right on the pronunciation.
And no, don't look around this guy. There we go. And then all right. So now this guy does. They're trying to net me, but they miss. And did they break my concentration? Nope, she succeeded on the concentration roll. Cool. Alright.
Alright, so these two are trying to come at me. Net at will. Shield.
So, I don't know what the bubbling stuff is. Oh, it's like... Bubbling emergences are in the waters.
Probably best just focus on getting the
hostages. So I can see 3, 6 in this area. I got double action, so I'm probably just gonna have either. I think Karlak might be the one to use for running to and from one thing, and then I'm gonna have my monk start heading down south in order to. All right, let's see.
All right.
Oh, so much for peace.
All right.
So you and Karlak are starting first. So.
Yep. Yeah, reaction on that one.
I can't really do jack while I'm waiting for you.
An unarmed strength is a bonus. There we go. All right, so that's one less. Now you've got some movement available to you.
All right. First things first, getting rid of these fuckers right here.
Pick. I need a 25.
Um,
Oh boy. That's not good. Can I do it again? Yep, Thieves' Tools lets me do it again. And I can do it all within the turn. There we go. Alrighty.
These boots have seen everything.
No, you're not Duke.
Right. Nope.
Oh. He's dead.
Oh, that's not good. Do you want to pick him up in case?
My word.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so there's double doors there. I need... Alright, so lever there. And then...
Can't pick up too heavy. We cannot use a revive on him, can
What do
we?
you mean my path is interrupted? What are you... Fairy cures, I'm busy! Alright, hang on.
Nope. Alright, we can't revive him. Alright, and looks like everyone over here is dead too.
There we go.
Which means there's nothing holding Will back from his pact.
Will be an interesting conversation, don't get me wrong. Okay, so... God damn it, there's like a cool chest over in the northwest. But yeah, I'm trying to just get all the,
Yeah, I think if we had come here first, we might have been able to rescue him.
It's hard to say. That'd be a lot of backtracking.
Maybe.
Breaks concentration, Zephyr. No. Okay, so I'm gonna need to pass her turn. Alright, now all of these peeps are gonna start running.
Hi, a chance. Quick, let's get out of here.
So yeah. When I read the guide, it said, if once you're at like 3 turns left, just head to the submarine at that point. Alright, there's so many more.
That's what the bubbles are. Sanguines.
Yep.
Aye, aye.
Well, I don't think there's anybody else here. That looks empty.
Alrighty. Let's see.
Hang on.
Strike.
Boom.
There we go, and then strike again. Sure. Let's breakfast that. And then.
Okay, not much we can do because he's dead.
There we go. Dead. Nice. Sure. Garlic, you can hold all that shit. Alright, we cross.
Can't even catch.
Oh, there's another one there that needs a lever pull too.
Another where?
Just near where I am. I'll grab her.
Okay, can you reach it?
Hopefully.
What's this map saying? Wait, is there a... Did I miss a lever? Is it... Alright, what is this map saying? Ah, okay, so there's someone down in there. Looks like to be... Oh, it's, there he is! Okay, so that's where we need to unlock. Okay. One moment, please.
Where?
The, what's Mahoozy guy? Alright, let's see. Can I get this
Sorry, you
open
got him?
If I can do more than one trial with the, Thieves' Tools. just past that one.
Don't waste a step.
And then help him up. There we go. All right, he's no longer
Oh,
restrained.
it's him.
Yeah, because he's the guy that was talking in our head earlier.
Yeah, what are we going to tell him about Duke Ravengard? Because he was the one who wanted us to rescue him.
Yes, but, alright, not enough movement. That's a shame. Alright, I'm gonna need to pass on my turn. So, yeah,
I've passed on mine.
So,
oh, looks like they're heading your way.
Yep. I see him. Thankfully, Karlak kept her concentration.
Start heading back now.
We got 4 turns. I've got 1 more turn. And then I start running back, okay?
Oh, looks like everyone else is running back anyway, so...
Yeah. So...
There's just one person over...
There's some Bodian
one person...
hostages on... let's see...
Right here.
I can't see them, so they look to be stuck on some chairs.
I will aid you as much as I can, but
I'll head that way.
Okay, what's this, guys? Levitate to a destination. Teleport to submersible. Teleport yourself and up to 1 ally back to the submersible. Okay, so he's sticking with me. Okay, so... let's see, so levitate. So costs 4, gives me 18 meters. Silence does the thingy. Hold does the thingy. Mind Blast stuns someone.
One's on a chair, and the other one is behind the door there.
Yep. Damn it. Okay, so... ugh. Alrighty.
Alright.
No choice but to keep going.
Shit, there's a lot of them.
Hang on.
Is it even worth me going to save that lot, or should we just get all these guys in?
Where are you on the map?
I'm right in the center near the submersible.
You can get there quicker than I can. If you run out of, like, you know, movement once there... Oh, you didn't pick up Duke Ravengard?
No, I couldn't pick up his corpse.
Alright, give me a few.
It was too heavy. Plus, he's dead. There's nothing we can do about him.
Okay, dash doubles, dibbies. So dash requires a bonus. Disengage requires a bonus. Jump action. Alright, let's see.
Have to keep going.
Doesn't help.
You good?
Not perfect. Come on. Choose. Teleportation is out of sight. Out of sight. There we go.
Alright, looks like you can get to those guys first.
I don't have the... Okay, potion of flying, animal speaking, speed, gain extra action, a +2. Okay, I'm gonna drink this. It does nothing. Shit.
Now this is my happy place.
Alright, so we got Zephyr, we got Gust of Wind, items. Crit. Oh my god, did it not send 6 to... Hang on, greater invisibility, speak to dead, Misty Step, send to Karlak.
Put him up.
There it is. Cast. And then... go.
Yeah?
Alright, let's see. Can I get to it? There we go. And help them.
Freedom, finally.
Alright.
Now you'll need to clear the 2 out. I can get close. I can deal a fireball, so just don't stand near them just yet. Oh, he might go. His turn will be next.
Okay, hang on. Pushing attack. Piercing. Menacing, melee. Can I get... Not enough movement. God damn it. Give me a minute.
Throwing it?
Throwing it doesn't... I don't think... Hang on. Doesn't give me a, common items, barbarian, ranged attack, hamstring, and pushing. Menacing only does it for melee for me.
By the way, we might want to be careful that Squidly doesn't die, because, I mean, he's kind of surrounded.
He can teleport to the submersible.
Are you going to have him teleport, are you?
Yep, that's the idea. Gust of wind sends, clears all clouds, pushes back 5 meters, and forces them off balance. I think I'm gonna go with that.
Yep, do what you need to.
Alright, so one of them is off balance.
Then what are you gonna do?
Let's see. Fuck you, you wasted your net. And a critical miss there. So,
Alright, I'm moving over so I can get a good shot in.
Alrighty, so, I need to...
Nope, I need to get closer before I can hit him with a fireball.
Where do I go from here?
Damn it, path being interrupted.
Flying...
What is into... God damn it. Alright, fine, I'll Misty Step over. And fuck you two in particular.
Can't. Alright, cool. Cool.
Let's throw a little heat on this.
3, 4... This has got 50 of 62.
Right. I'll keep Will here with everyone.
Yep.
There's no point in moving him outwards.
Yep. Makes sense.
Hopefully, yes, they've come straight after you. Oh, one's gone straight after Omelum.
Yeah, they didn't dash that one, so they were able to do an attack. So yeah, this should limit the... I was hoping to use Omelum to, like, teleport another person with them when they went back to the submersible. Shit.
Just teleport him. He's going to be in too much danger over there.
Just trying to think. So it'd take 30 meters for them to get there. That takes an action. That takes an action. They only have the one action. It's an initiation.
They're going to be attacked either way, so...
Yeah. There we go. Shame. Alright, well, that guy uses a dash. Yeah, no, fair.
Need to hurry. Get away from these fish freaks.
Oh, goddamn you. Oh!
Nope, she survived it.
Excellent.
Alright, start making your way over here.
You must return there. Now. It's the only way we'll survive this.
I'm going to try and hit as many of them as I can in one go.
Damn it. Fuck. I fucked up.
How did you fuck up?
I broke concentration when I tried to move closer to Arlak, and now I can't do the teleporty thingy-majiggy I was gonna do. Unless... Light, dimension door, sent to Karlak.
This is gonna feel good.
Cast the spell. Targeting code. Nope. Alright, and then I need to choose a location. There we go. And now... So dashing is another action. Where's Will? Back over here? 50 meters. Okay. Her movement is... 26 meters. Okay, so with a dash, she should be able to meet that. Yes, yes. Alright.
I don't think we're going to get much of a chance to get everybody else out, but... Because I'm not sure those two are going to...
She'll be
those two are going to make it, to be quite honest.
Which ones? Oh. Thindo and Centaura. Yeah, I kind of just left them there, didn't I?
Hang on, I might be able to help them out.
I would... Let's see, what? So they're both under 14 damage. How'd the video game canon survey? Oh, I'll talk about that after we have our little panic. Oh, excellent. So that's nice. Excellent. Alright. So that leaves him. He might only do a normal move. That guy will definitely dash. Oh my god, you survived. What is Glimpse of Freedom? Escape certain death, the character is motivated to move quicker. Oh, cool. Alright.
Just skip his turn.
It's available next turn. No, I'm gonna do something. Hang on. Because you're there.
If need be, teleport Will, because...
Will has the lower of the two.
Yeah, Will's further off.
Yep. You realize I'm gonna be sending Karlak to pick up the corpse and then try and teleport her back, right? Oh wait, she's got scrolls. She's fine. She's fine. She's got scrolls. Come on. There we go. All right. Pick up.
Nice.
Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
I think you are making a huge... Might as well.
Oh, I've been using the disengage, not the fucking dash.
Count on me.
That's why I didn't make it last time, because I used disengage, not dash. And then...
Time to push my luck again.
Where's Will?
Right there. We want to get everyone into the ladder. I'm up.
Oh, you've already... Okay.
Can't slow down.
Just waiting on you guys. Will's down there too, so...
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
You two will get up quicker than Will can.
Well... Oh, Will's done moving. Okay, okay, okay. So... Where's my dimension doors? Cast
Like, Will can't reach the destination, so...
Because here's the thing, is like Karlak's down. Oh no, Karlak's not down at the last moves, I don't think. Alfram will have a chance. Fuck. How do I go up and down a floor?
Yeah, I can't figure that out either.
Alright, I'm gonna F5 here. This is a precarious situation.
Yeah, very precarious situation. I think we'll still have one more turn.
Dimension door that. Is there a way for me to... There's gotta be a way for me to... Hang on. Options. I need to know the interface, sorry. keybinds, camera, zoom in, zoom out, up, down, O, rotate, adventure panel, quick save, quick load, skip, select character at position 1, next character, minus, skip video. Okay, so. Alright, so. There's gotta be a way to.
Hang on, I might be able to help you too.
So choose target, and then. What's your idea?
Well, I'm trying to see if I can go down. I can't seem to go down one floor.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. Center on camera. Zoom in, zoom out. Map, journal. It's gotta. God damn you.
What'd you do?
I just teleported us right next to the ladder. So it didn't go to. Alright.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Yeah, I got nothing on that one.
So that puts me there.
Ready for another round?
And then not enough movement. So choose the Duke. That takes an action. That takes a bonus action. What is the soul coin? Nope, can't do that. That takes a bonus action. Look.
I mean, we could always revive them with withers.
Another fight. Let's go.
Alright, let's see what happens. Cool. Well, he's cannon fodder. Next week, you start with a new job, so it might be the last stream I see in a while since I have the late morning and early afternoon shifts. Oh, okay. Well, congrats on getting the new job, though, Het. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, congrats.
Alrighty.
Alright, can he teleport?
Teleport will. Yeah, and that's it.
Karlak, we can. If it turns out that we can't bring Karlak back,
I've done quick
just forget
saves
about-
here and there, so like, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, cause.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh wait. No, never mind. Ugh.
I'm sure we can bring Karlak back. Hey, how you doing, Lava? If not, we'll redo it and don't run Karlak down to pick up the corpse.
No, I can do it, because last time I used disengage, not dash. Because I wasted basically another turn to get to the corpse to pick it up, rather than doing it at the thingy, so...
Well, let's just see if we can revive Karlak back at camp. Because we should be able to revive her no matter what with withers.
Hopefully so.
If not, we'll just redo before that point.
Don't worry too hard about your party members. Focus on the NPCs. Yeah, we tried to save the NPCs as quickly as we could. We had like 3 turns left, and as you saw, there was like 1 NPC, I'm pretty sure, that didn't make it up to the top. I think the only other way you could help the NPCs is if you can give them haste or some other thing, but I didn't have the scrolls to do that. Or at least I don't think I had the spare scrolls to do that, because they take an action.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen anyone get all of them. I think the way to get all of them, like, to be fair, because, like, me and Code...
Greets you as the submersible slows to a halt.
like we
Unlike the
split
Iron
in
Throne,
two.
you
So
remain
Co
intact.
took the
So
west
it
side, I took the
seems, will
east
the
side,
families of all the
and
hostages
that was
rescued
helpful.
from the throne.
What did she say? Seems all the what?
Hostages.
Alright.
Yeah, so Karlak's dead, so
We're good to go.
hang on, let me talk to Willa.
I just clicked on Karlak. There she is.
My father gone. I can hardly
So
believe it.
she's on a beach somewhere.
I thought the Absolute would have use for him. A general, a figurehead, something.
Why infect and imprison him, only to kill him?
I don't understand.
You're right. But to see my father laying there, lifeless, I will make Gortash pay. And I will make that godforsaken Elder Brain pay. Grand Duke Ulder Ravengard will be avenged.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's see. Where is
What
she?
the fuck were you doing here?
So she's in the
Your
lower city.
world's air. I never imagined missing its feeling on my skin. Curious. I owe you a great debt, son-child. One I shall repay. When I return to the surface, I will alert my colleagues at the Society. Find me there, and I will offer you what aid I can against this evil.
Mm-hmm. Well, we know where his society is housed and such. Okay, so Karlak is over in the lower district, just south of Old Gallows Place.
Just washed up on the beach.
Yep, she's right there. Although you can't see that, so we got some scrolls. Yeah, we just have... Yeah, it looks like there's 2 seats... Oh, wait, no, she's standing up, so... Or, no, never mind. It does feel like everyone that could have a seat has a seat. So, wait, what does she say?
We were kept hostage to control our families and the Steel Watch Foundry. To keep them building Gortash's death machines.
Oh.
Please. They need to know what happened here. They have no reason to obey Gortash anymore. If they rebel, it'll put a dent in Gortash's steel mine.
That might help us.
Hey, you were all like, no, let's go to the steel thing first.
I stand by that. We probably would have been told to go down here.
Thank you.
I know, I'm being
Yeah,
goofed.
it's okay. All right, iron ladder. Wait.
Oh, there's a backpack here. Backpack, 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 backpack. Nothing in the backpack.
It's empty. I'm pretty sure we've already ransacked this place. All right, up the iron ladder we go.
You were to administer Umberlee's justice. Instead, you conspired.
Oh
with the
yeah.
He who sickened the harbor with blood so black the sea itself chokes.
Gods, they're nuts. You have to help me.
Nope, kill him. We get something out of.
Protect him, and Umberlee will swallow you whole.
He's all yours.
Your lies won't save you. Give us the...
Fine.
What? Mate, you've got to be kidding.
Come quietly. The Sea Queen will judge you.
I surrender, all right. You wouldn't hurt a harmless man, right? And you?
Cool. Wave Mother Robe. You have resistance to fire and cold. If you're standing in a water surface at the start of the turn, you heal 1d4.
Give it, 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 give it to me. Hang on. Look at how sexy I am in it.
Scales on scales, although the gloves don't fit it.
Hang on, yeah, hang on. Let me just unequip quickly, unequip. What do y'all think?
Slutty as fuck, Kaiju says. Thank you, thank you, Queen. Thank you, Queen, for this opinion. Okay, so that takes us to the Undercity.
Angro, what do you think? This on this body, as in me, right now?
Oh.
I think I could pull it off.
Keepside Strand. It goes down to the very bottom of the ab, doesn't it? Yes, it does.
Grant's just jealous I can pull it off and he can't.
I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in, like, hang on, do I have my scrolls?
Code? Please, TOS can't handle that.
Yep, I got 13 of them. Alright, so I need to make my way
TOS
down
will
there.
not be able to handle the fury of my pectorals.
Can I, like...
Less swift as my feet can carry.
Have you gone back up to try and rescue Karlak?
Yeah, give me a sec, give me a sec.
Hang on, I'll, Those are Grey Dock Harbors.
I'm already getting to her. Give me a min, give me a min.
Actually, I'm gonna go and see what they've done to the guy.
Awaken, little one. Flower and bloom as I know you can.
Whee! Oh, so there's something here.
I want to see what they've done to him. Whoop. Oh, you say TOS can't handle that, then you take my bloody shirt.
TOS can't handle you. There we go.
Soldier.
That's it? I just saved you from a fucking underground prison, and you just say, soldier.
Soldier.
I was hoping for some unique dialogue. Gosh darn it.
Aw, I thought we'd see the guy floating somewhere around here.
There we go. Something here.
What did you just do?
I found a treasures.
A treasures, not B
There's
treasures.
Map. Oh, some gorgeous maroon. A smoke bomb arrow. A peridot. I'll send that to camp. And money I'll send to camp. There you go.
Did we? Hang on. We need to go back over to Rivington. We need to talk to Mizerna.
I reckon if we go back to camp, we're gonna have her talk to us.
All right, I'd say we go back to camp quickly. Do a night's stay.
There we go.
Because I think we're gonna need to heal up anyway after that.
Nice.
Should you ever have a need of a cleric of Helm.
Nice.
So shall we head and get some?
Alrighty then. Ding. Go to camp. Karlak is nearly dead.
Yeah, poor girl has seen better days.
Alright. Can we talk to Will from here? Do I get anything?
No, he doesn't need to be talked to. He can't be talked to. We have to sleepy sleep.
Okay, he's grieving right now.
I mean, yeah.
Sevesta Cristal.
Wouldn't you be grieving?
I guess. I still want to talk to people. I feel like talking to people is the best thing to
Code
do.
knowing Umbrelli, nothing good. That man will be dead for sure. I mean, yeah, true.
Still grieving, but let's see if I can talk to him. Is there anyone else to talk to? Owlbear over here.
Did I fry your brain, poor lava?
Busy times.
With my mexiness. I mean, look at my lingerie.
Let's see what's... Oh yeah, the strap-ons and things.
What's on your mind?
Look at my sexy lingerie. Wish there was a way to do like emotes like flex.
Nah. Alrighty. Back to bed we go.
I bet if I was wearing lace, you wouldn't complain, but no, because it's straps and leathers. You're all like,
I'm not a fan. Look, like I'm fine with
It's
like
very
the
sweat.
long leather. I'm not a fan of like rough leather. You know the latex thing, like.
I'm being sarcastic.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Do we get a thingy-majiggy with Will, or do we have to talk to Mizora?
We may have to talk to Mizora.
Yep. Oh. Hello, game. What you doing? Nope. Okay, so is Will still grieving?
Yeah, he's no longer grieving.
Alrighty. Well, he no longer has the disadvantage at least. So let me.
Can we
look
go
at my
talk to Mizora?
Yeah. Also, you should probably use the worm and get yourself favorable beginnings over into Luck of the Realm. First attack roll or ability check you make against any target gains a bonus equal to your proficiency bonus. And if you had the spare, ability drain.
I'm good.
You sure? Yep, I'll join you. So yeah. How have you finished this game, Queen? If you mind me asking. Because I haven't done another run through of Baldur's Gate in a different time, so and this is basically the length of my knowledge of Act 3. Yeah, so me and Code, we play this at the same time.
Yep.
So
I think if I do go through this again later on, there will be a lot of differences and choices.
I feel like if I was to do this again, I do want to try with like the Dirge going through an evil playthrough, so to speak.
I think if I was to do it, the one thing I'd probably do differently is roll for roll for everything for fun. Like roll for my stats, roll for which class I play.
Yep. Okay, so you finished it. Nice, nice, nice. So, yeah.
Oh, hang on. Whoa, the bridge is up at the Steelwatch Foundry.
That's okay. We can just take the teleporter at Will's Rock.
Yeah.
So,
no, the Will's Rock teleporter's gone.
What the? What?
I think what we're gonna have to.
Citizen.
Oh, here's what we can do. Get into Baldur's Gate from the Basilisk Gate, and then work your way back in.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Ooh, a Baldur's Gate 3 Nuzlocke? That's just honor mode, isn't it? That's just honor mode, where it's like, oh, you don't get to do, like, save scumming and shit. And there's, like,
yeah, but that's the other thing I would be doing, too. Like, no save scumming. So any choice. So really do it as a proper D&D campaign.
Yeah.
No save scumming, using, you can use your inspirations.
Yep.
But no save scumming. Roll for the class that I would like. I would definitely go Dragonborn again because I like the I like the race.
Yep.
But like, roll for the class. Roll for my stats. Maybe.
Yep. I'm of the thought of like I think I would probably go through this again, but really just as in my personal time. I don't think I would stream this again.
If I stream it again, it won't be for a little while.
Yeah. I'm thinking of going on a break. In a bit.
To grab some food?
No, not the short term. I mean like a break from streaming.
Oh, why is that?
So I'm doing this like 3 to 4 times a week, and as much as I enjoy it and such, with going to the physiotherapist of like, you need to do stretches, you need to do these things, and then just adding on with work, and it's like
So you just want to take some time to sort of get yourself sort of situated.
Yeah, I want to...
With everything you're doing.
I want to take some time, like, I want to do, like, a proper... Like, I don't want to take a 2-week break of, like, something where it's just like, oh, I need to, like, I want to take, like, a proper month off. I'm thinking, like, maybe in June, like, because I've got, like, June 1st, which is the first Saturday of the month, on the golf game. I'm fine, don't go into the conversation.
Poor little Will. Such a tragedy.
We'll talk about it later.
Your own father. Cut down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a you decision.
Damn shame, if you ask me.
Shit. don't understand it. The blow should have knocked him out, not killed him.
Mizora responds with knowing silence and a wide smile.
No. This was your doing, wasn't it?
You wound me, pup. I admired your father. He was a man of the people, the grandest of dukes. Hard to think he's forever lost to us. Or is he?
He's down in hell.
Oh, you bitch.
What are you getting at?
I'm saying that someone stepping off stage doesn't have to mean the end of their story. Meet me in your camp. I've got a devil of a proposal.
I reckon we should go to the House of Hope.
Mm-hmm.
Of course she'd stick her infernal nose where it doesn't belong. Of course she's dreamt up some risible scheme. A devil of a proposal.
Risible.
By the hounds of the hells, what is she planning? Certainly not. But she's as inevitable as Toril's path around the sun. We'll have answers soon enough. Mizora's gone to camp. We should speak with her. I can already feel her tightening the leash. This might be my last chance to escape it.
I'm guessing the deal is she'll bring back Daddy Dearest.
Yep.
But he stays on the leash.
I imagine it would be that as well, yeah. But yeah, so like I've not improved like my habits and such, because the thing is that I've like not only because I streamed before I moved into this apartment, and I went through streaming doing that entire time, and I very much love doing it. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think I would stop forever, quite frankly, but I need to give myself time to not only like just try and do a better recovery of like, because physiotherapy with my back, try and join a gym, get my diet back in shape, but like actually do a proper commitment to all that and try and find my balance in having the new norm of like actually going to gym and what have you without wrestling with trying to stream, because I don't think I should be doing the the 3 to 4 times a week stream, and I don't want to try and do the stream while exercising as well, because I know what it's like exercising for like the first time is like you're just absolutely knackered, you don't want to like move and shit, so it takes like a lot of discipline in order to be able to go from doing the gym like however many times a week and feeling sore on the off days to functional on the off days.
Where's that there's also that society thing we've got to talk to Thing about. We want to go to the House of Hope, or do we want to go to the
let's go to
Foundry?
the Lodge. So go to Baldur's Gate and then south to the Lodge, so we can talk to Omelium in the Society of Brilliance.
There's the House of Grief.
And then after that, then we can go to the Double Sphere. So
Society of
Baldur's Gate
Brilliance.
and head
Okay,
south.
yep.
So
I was gonna say, do we want to do the watch first?
no, I want to see what is, because I think his is just a turning in thing, and then after we do the turning in thing, then yeah, let's do the Steel Watch if we want.
Okay, so
yeah, so Lodge is this way. So
The implications of my theory
oh, that's why I'm still over here.
yeah, you need to head to the Baldur's Gate teleport.
They didn't teleport me.
Alright, there he is. Just let me know when you're closer.
Hang on, I'm almost there.
So
On my way over.
have you ever had that the whole just wanting to take an extended break?
Yeah.
Just as like
Anyway.
holiday for you, or like to actually, you know, do something else?
I'd say for a holiday.
For a holiday?
Just, you know, yeah.
No, fair enough. All right.
It is pleasurable to see you.
Pleasurable.
Your intervention within the cult's underwater complex was a timely one. I am glad my carelessness did not cost the lives of the innocent captives. That you also saved me was unexpected.
Hey, Shibore.
I would never leave you. I'd rather like you.
Feel some warmth at your presence.
Hey, Shibore.
Nice.
Your inclination to generosity is an admirable quality, one I wish to reciprocate. Blurg and I have consulted on the matter of your reward. We first thought to ask the denizens of the Underdark for their aid in fighting the cult. Alas, our influence there remains negligible.
Aw,
Instead,
damn.
we have selected a series of
I didn't know that was a thing they could
from
do.
the Society's vaults.
Or maybe once we do the Steel Watch
Given
shit,
my
we can-
kind's involvement in creating this evil, it is only right that I do my part in helping you defeat it. Or at least, improving your odds.
Yeah, I was hoping I was going to get some hentai.
Alrighty. A boon. Let's see what's in the boon. So.
Is it the boon?
Supreme Healing. Dimension Door. Wizard's Bane. Scroll of Sunbeam. I'll give that to you. Fungal Bamboozler. To befuddle nearby opponents. Nice. Okay. Alright. Okay. That's that. Beast Construct. Nice. Salve. Teleportation. Light. Wizard's Bane. And then the Supreme Healing, and then this, and then that. Sorry, I'm just needing to compress all my different potions down. Alright. Steel Watch time.
Hang on, one second.
Oh, what do you have?
Oh, I should get to work on my acceptance speech.
Okay. Oh, you're just looking at Blurg for,
Where's?
Yeah, okay, alright. Oh, save. Might as well make a new save here. So, yeah.
Alright, so we're heading over to the other house. So we're doing the lower city walls, or we doing the steel factory?
I think we're doing the Steel Factory.
Steel factory it is.
So
we need to find a way around.
just give me a second. My guy is... We can just jump over it. Like, look, there's like crates and shit.
There's a steel watcher over there. I may have a way around.
Let's talk.
Oh, didn't mean to talk to you. I wanted to click on you. I think I've got a potion of flying I can utilize. Squeeze me. So that's how we go. So going from over here, you can go from there to there to there and to the docks at the back. Oh shit. You're trying to sneak your way through another way, aren't you?
Succeeding. I'm in. Oh, I'm not. I'm using illithid powers. I'm going to be real with you. Code isn't, though. I'm in.
Oh, you're in?
Yeah, look.
Hang on, we're making our way over.
Ooh, hello. There's a vent here.
Not a chance I'll fit in there.
Oh.
Grant's venting!
Sus!
This is a restricted area.
Oh.
Time to explain yourself, or this guard will be restricting you to a cell.
Oh, this is you? Oh, you
yeah,
done moved.
Will rolled off as I...
Oh, it looks like you can do an intimidation. +5 on charisma and +4 on the intimidation bonus.
Friendship?
Friendship! Friendship on the robot. Alright, let's see how this goes.
Your conviction is enough. This will be taken no further. Nonetheless...
Alright, I'll just stick around here, you know, just in case he's... Do you know how to just, you know, try not to get spotted again. So probably, you know, get back over the wall, then do a jump here. So then that way you can just leap and try and get over to here. Oh, back. Submersible... Ooh, what? Supplies will be brought by the way of the submersible. Will facilitate... Oh, okay, yeah, we've already done all that. Cool. Let's see. Any other perception bonuses? Oh, hello.
You're stopped by a guard. It seems your presence here is forbidden.
I thought you were an expert at this.
Never said I was. Friendship? Again?
Okay, how... Jesus Christ, you're far. Why are you trying to move from within the... Oh, well, good news. There's a door on your right there. And once
Well, that's
you're
what I
in
was trying to
here...
go for.
Yeah, once you're in here, it doesn't look like there's any steel watch guards, so... Yeah.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Damn it.
Don't waste a step.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it.
Something good here, I hope.
Oh, his head's missing.
Gotta move away from it. I don't think I have any more lockpicks, do I?
You're stopped by...
Fucking hell!
It seems your presence here is forbidden. Your bribery attempt has caused some offense. Violence it is.
God damn it.
You made me stuck. Never mind, I'm back to lockpicking. Alright.
God damn it.
You can handle this, right?
Pretty sure.
Scry screen?
Maybe
What's
not.
that?
Maybe not.
Mechanical diagrams. Nope, I can't read that. Probably because you're in a fight. Alright, let's see. Oh, another door.
Let's see.
I'm like a fucking machine gun.
That was accurate as one, too. Okay, so just a random...
Oh shit, it's gonna explode.
What? They explode? That's news to me.
Yep, they blow up.
Okay, well, good news. They blow up. Well, gonna be something useful here. Ooh, lab level warning plaque. All right.
Oh, infernal iron out of it.
Oh yeah, nice. Well, kind of like needed that. Warning plaque doesn't say. All right. I am going to open this steel door. Are you still alive? cool.
Apparently.
All right. So, how about you move to the front of the? Never mind.
Nah, I got this.
Alrighty.
See, look, I got it. Easy. See, I can be stealthy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there are people here.
Yes, there are.
Might be useful.
Oh, targeting module? What?
The targeting module, an optical focus device, is fitted within the Watcher's helm to enable aiming of the harpoon bow.
Alrighty. Do you want to, position yourself so we can try and do a pincer thingy or something?
Yep, I'm moving off.
Alrighty then. I will move back round to the front.
We are the greatest engineers in the realm. Need us to maintain the steel watch.
Alright, I'll go over on... I'll separate. Go over on this side. I'll take a short rest quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Better than nothing. What
There we
path
go.
lies before me?
Alright.
You have beaten and tormented us to the brink of insanity. You cut out my eyes, but we will bow no more.
God damn.
Gondians! Rip the motivator from this bastard's hands! For Gond!
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. He's having a fight. Alrighty, so 82 versus 93.
No time for mercy.
Critical hit that. Yep, so he's got a dexterity decrease. And there we go. So
Fireball!
You're gonna just, maybe remember that there's, allies here as well.
I aimed away!
Okay, is Karlak in the
It's
fight?
good to be alive.
No, she is not. Why did you do this to
Light
me?
as air. Heading out.
Open up.
There we go. For some engineers, for some guys trying to guard engineers, you think they'd be resistant to fire. Oh, he got normal sized. Look at it. He's enlarged, but he's just the same size as... Oh, god damn you. Motherfucker.
Take him out first second you get.
Yeah.
But you didn't like my fireball reference? Nah,
I didn't get it, sorry.
My jokes are wasted on the young chat.
I'm not that young, am I? Alrighty, what's Will doing? Lol, his name is Chad. Beep-a-ba-ba-da-ba. What's Aura of Terror? Nearby enemies have disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. They can't be... Creatures that can't be frightened are immune to this aura. Nice. I'm pretty sure Karlak is immune to this. Hopefully so. Oh. Nice. Good thing we're getting a lot of help from all these peeps.
Yeah, but how many of them are gonna live through this?
Prinsky's motivation sequence activated.
No! The motivator! Deactivate it! Hurry!
Oh, okay, so...
Whereabouts is it? It's right there.
Yep. Yeah, I see it too. I'm a little stuck right now.
I might be able to fly down to it.
Give me a sec. How much?
I can fly right down to it. It's gonna take me less time to do that than you to...
Oh, okay, cool. Fair enough.
As long as I don't roll a bloody 3!
You got inspiration?
Yep. Okay, that's better.
Alrighty.
Surdragonx 88 demands you drink.
Sounds good. Give me a foe.
Look,
Targets.
we can all agree it was Grant's fault.
Don't know why you would say that. But let me have a drink, Sir Dragons. Alright. Nice. I didn't target that person, which means it's one less to worry about. There we go, and his concentration broke, which means I can now do a flurry of fists on this guy. There we go.
Let's cook with fire, baby.
Cook with fire, baby. Alright, let's get rid of you.
Prinsky's motivation sequence activated.
It's there.
Yeah, but I can't do anything. Don't know. Oh, Jesus.
Will can, I just need his turn.
Alrighty, past that turn. What does he do? Ah! God damn it. Can't do shit! Let me just F5 here, just in case you bungle.
Do you think I'm gonna bungle up everything?
Not everything.
Too close for comfort.
See, I didn't even need to do anything.
Nice. Oh, that killed someone.
I think so long as the main guy lives, that's all that matters.
Hopefully so. Just does
Way
not...
to splash us with acid.
Alrighty. You want me to just get rid of this guy?
I mean, if you want. I was just gonna burning hands, but...
Alright, give me a sec, give me a sec.
Well, yeah, we'll breathe on him. I mean, breathing on him works.
Did you see what happened? Is my little girl... Is Obedia safe?
The prison exploded, but I got everyone out.
My heart. I thought her lost. I would give more than just my sight to keep her safe.
Good.
Our destination is the Neurosita, the nerve center of the Steel Watch. Guide me there, and I'll do the rest.
Agreed.
My fellow Gondians, flee this prison. We're bringing this place down.
I love how it tells me, it's like, oh, we have a rune bomb. Would that work? No, I didn't want to use that. I stole it so that it wasn't used. Alright, nothing good on you. Nothing good on you. Where's the big
Who's this
bad?
guy?
Black Gauntlet with an infernal mace.
I want my house, and my cat, and my wife. I want this all.
Priorities. First his cat, then his house, then his wife. Alright, so, Black Gauntlet.
Alright, looks like we gotta go down. There's an elevator, by the looks of it, at the end of the hall here.
Kill switch protocol. Hang on.
It's this supreme Bainite means of ultimate corrosion, but it's solely as a deterrent and not as a weapon. When triggered, the user has only moments to deactivate it before the prison tank charges detonate and the hostages are killed. So long as you hold the motivator, you are safe from the Gondians. Noted. Cool. Chad. Let's see, did Chad have anything cool? Nope, Chad was a waste. So it was you and safe. Ooh, a safe key. Nice.
Ooh, what one? What number?
It didn't give me a number. It wasn't like that. It was just a safe. Alright, so Iron
No,
Gate.
let down.
Lockpicking is
Good try.
impossible. So, alright, so we have to go to the, what's Mahusi thing? The, security office over this way.
Okay.
Yeah. They just had to remind me that Xander is blind. Just in case I forget.
Are they blind?
I don't know. Let me see. Conditions, blind. Yes, he is.
That's not
Are we sure he's blind though?
I think so.
It's a diagram
here.
of mechanical design.
I might have accidentally started a fight.
It's not just written, but ridged, so that
Noted. Yeah, there's like 4 people. And then let's so wait, did you just start a fight by just walking in here? Is that it?
Yeah, they were already in the midst of cracking skulls.
Okay. And from the looks of it, we need to get them up to... Yeah, alright. Here's what's gonna happen.
Oh.
Ready for this?
Blood comes easy these days.
Mm-hmm.
Blood follows me everywhere.
Just try to keep the other little guy out of harm's way.
Noted. Well, he's doing his own... He's not explicitly controllable by me, so... Ow!
Yeah, they have big fuck-off swords, by
Oh,
the
these
way.
are a Hellfire Watcher. That's a different kind, isn't it?
They
Dexterity
are. What
and
is that?
so they've got slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning resistance if it's non-magical. They have a vulnerability to lightning. They receive double damage. They're immune to psychic and poison.
Lightning, you say?
Lightning!
Well, that's a little bit
Grease
frightening.
lightning! God, imagine if that was a thing in D&D. Like, here's some grease that's lightning. You got a plan, Stan?
I think I should have got shocking grasp. Let's see. Oh, scroll of chain lightning.
Oh, that's nice. Nice. They got hit for 48. That's still a decent chunk. But holy crap, they're like 206. Alright. Yep, so they're going on a riot now.
A right old riot, it would seem.
Alright, all riot. Yep, shocking grasps. Alrighty. Will has chain lightning, doesn't he?
No.
Aww. Have you seen Grease, Jerry? I remember it a long time ago.
I mean, Greece is the word. Is the word. Is the word that you heard. It's a move. It's a feeling.
They're still concentrating on Hex for some reason.
Thought that would do more damage.
Shame.
Kind of disappointed in that.
Shame, shame, shame. Nice. Well, that was a decent lightning. One less to deal with. Shame that we're getting all this XP and it's not going to anything. Yeah, we're not going to go any higher levels, which is a shame. Once the mod patches out, I imagine someone is going to start making level 20 nonsense, and it's just going to make the game so much easier to go through.
It's a shame we're not going to get any DLC.
I'm fine with that.
Your freedom.
Considering, like, the amount of, like, work that went into this, and property of Xaner Tubin. Alright, so... Alright, how am I going to deal with... Shocking Grabs does 3 to 24 damage. Can't reach the destination. Alright, Misty Step. Can't it be at level 1? No, it has to be at level 2, apparently. Target is too far. Oh, okay, so... Oh, he's blind! That's why. That's why. He's blind. Can't see shit. I was like, why can't he Misty Step farther? He's blinded, that's why.
I mean, yeah, you know, being blind kind of does limit your range of, being able to do shit.
Okay, we got a caller to worry about.
You fight against progress. I will not allow it.
Denied. Oh.
Nah, it still did damage.
Being silenced in this, aren't I?
Yes, you are. He's gonna be silenced as well.
Right, keep forgetting that.
What did I just say?
You said something something brain cells, something something shared between us.
Aha. Great if this guy.
They really don't like you.
They're up. Well, would you look at that? He's silenced. Good for us.
You may want one person to get their ass over that thing.
One moment as I use my ingenious. Flying, invisibility. What? Why is... Why... Silence, threatened... I don't get this. Alright, hang on. Hang on, why am I... Why is the thingy-majiggy maimed? Okay, so where is maimed? Movement speed reduced to 0 and has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. Removed by healing. Okay, cool. Bonus actions.
Bonus? Actione?
Why?
Because why not?
Because... Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, there we go. Concentration broken.
Can you reach it?
Nope, won't let me do a thing. So, can I not get stunned?
Well, at least with the...
I got this.
It's got no health bar. You have to activate it.
Oh my god. Costs an action to go through. Oh wait, bonus action. Here we go. There we go. And then... Disengage costs an action. Can this thing get stunned? Somehow? So yeah, because it costs an action.
I mean, I have no moves, so...
Yeah, it's like anything I need to do costs an action. God fucking... God fucking damn it, Dave. Fucking painful. Let's risk it for the biscuit.
May-made again.
Fuck! Throw the fucking spear at you. There we go.
Oh, it's gonna blow up.
Joy.
Neat. Hey, look, I can touch the thing.
Good for you.
What's wrong, Grant? Annoyed I could touch the thing?
Wasted so much of my 2 moves.
I mean... I told you I could get over to it.
You wanted me over there, didn't you?
No, I said someone has to get over there.
Yeah, there's only me and you. So someone, when you said it, sounds like someone is me.
Hey, look, Ma, I did a thing. You might want to move him back out of the way. You really might want to move him out of the way.
Yeah, he's out of the way. He's stunned, so that's fine.
Blight.
It's a level 4 spell.
Shit.
Bend the knee, or I will break it.
Another level 4 spell. Can you, like, fail on the casting? Is that how it works?
That looks of it.
No, you... It says you cast it at level 3.
Fail counterspell.
Yeah, so it says fail counterspell, level 3 abjuration on like, you know, the Black Gauntlet thingamajig. Because he was casting Blight, and and it says here level 4. He upcasted
I
it.
casted a level 4 though. Oh, you upcast it. Yeah, you might. I was gonna say you might want to move Karlak out of the way.
Yeah, she's out of the way now. You might want to get your guy out of the way now.
He's a summon, so it doesn't matter if he.
Nice work. Yeah. Excuse me. I wonder if there's any benefit in trying to kill them before they explode.
No idea.
Do not give up. Push them back.
Just move him a little bit further back from the explosion.
Because when does this thing explode?
Next turn. He can't move far.
Action and then bonus action? Let's see.
Grinsky's motivation sequence activated.
Uh-oh.
Wounds, too much to bear.
Sequence trigger imminent.
Yeah, I can't deal with it while I got this here.
Best be on my way.
Progress, but I'm not out of the wilds just yet.
Best I could do for those ones.
Mm-hmm.
Now what?
Give me a few. Let me just look around.
Moving in.
Oh, Oh, Mind Flayer specimen.
I smell death and decay. We're near cadaver preparation, aren't we? Poor bastards are shipped in from all over the realms. Most come from a fellow called Balthazar.
Oh. What the fuck is with the brains? I didn't think these things had brains.
If I've counted my footsteps correctly, this door leads to the Foundry's depths and the Neurosita.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna pick this thing up. Levers everywhere. Alright, so we need to head...
Got another flight of stairs.
We also need to find a key.
Can we not pick it?
fine, I'll pick it. It was just in case there was like someone here that had the key. I would love to see you try on a 30, but it's probably not gonna happen.
Let me check over here too, see if any of these corpses we missed had a key on them.
Because I essentially need to get like a 20, and that's just a crit success at that point.
How you doing over there?
Still failing, but I've got tools.
Cool.
You still looking for that key?
Now I opened the door.
Cool. See? Alrighty. Oh, is that what the brains are for? They're actually...
We need to move. The Neurosita lies in the depths of the foundry.
So... It's like Psychopaths.
Essentially.
Just a
Your mind whirls as the brain, swimming with parasitic juice. With a jerk, your mind is transported.
Please, Mr. Steel Watcher, sir. I'll never steal again. I swear it on my mum's life. Just let me go.
Gonna go with the Illithid on this one. Yeah, it takes like barely anything. Didn't realize I had the thing
You take control, but it is a strong.
So
you are kicked from the Watcher as the dwarf flees.
Alright, and then what's this one?
A parasite stir. You are a Steel Watcher, charging through the streets in pursuit of a young girl. She is screaming. You focus on the source of the power. She cried. You are kicked from the infected brain.
Ah.
The brain in this jar is controlling a Watcher on sentry duty at Worm's Rock. It patrols back and forth. The brain in this jar is aware that its Watcher is on
okay, so they're all doing things.
Vast and throbbing with illithid images of life in a garden.
Wait.
Your mind.
Elevator gyroscopes, triple set quadrupex. No, it can't be.
Despite being blind, this man knows so much.
He daredeviling it.
The floor. Powerful, indestructible. The ultimate Watcher. The Titan.
Sounds like a challenge.
It shames me to admit this, but you must face this beast of Gondian folly alone.
Oh, do we still have our Steel Watch bombs thing?
When it raises its shields,
Yeah.
strike it with every scrap of magic and might you possess, and pray to God that it does not fire upon you. Good luck, my friend.
Let me just double check. Do I still have the bombs? Not the ones I'm looking for, unfortunately. We got the Brilliant Retort, but not the... Let's see. Can I... Nope, can't go back to camp. Well, those are going to be a waste of bombs. Okay, so there's a Hellfire. That's disgusting. And another Hellfire.
Hellfire, wait, what's disgusting? Oh, that big thing.
Yeah, the big pulsing monstrosity. Alright.
Should we do a short rest? Get back some spell points at the very least.
Yep.
The edge on. Ready to fight.
So... yeah, let's see what happens. Ah, and there's the Steel Watch Titan. Gortash's magnum opus.
Magnum my butt.
So yeah, and it doesn't look like there's a way for us to destroy the thingy-majiggy unless you see a lever somewhere.
No.
No. Oh, she still has the Duke in her pocket. Sleet calls that disrupts the concentration, douses fires, and creates an icy surface. Well, at least one of the Hellfire Watchers is confused. And
Emotionally or physically?
physically.
Okay.
Alright, let's see if I can stun this thing. Yes I can. Amazingly enough, he is stunned. Alright, note to self, I'm just gonna keep stunning it.
Ah. Yeah. Do I have any more lightning spells at my disposal?
Do I have any more clout? Yep, I have some giant strength on me. That should improve my hitting. Yeah, because it's... So it's using dexterity right now, which is +5. And then...
Well, this grasp is shocking.
Nice. So wait, what does shocking grasp do? Cannot take reactions. Nice. So yeah, you can like run around it and shit.
Yep. Let's see.
Also, you still have the hex thing. It's a waste of a concentration. Because there isn't like a target. Nice. So, yep, so he's stunned.
Cabeza cristal. Boop-a-doop.
Yep, okay, so you can still do a reaction from there, which... Alright, so I'm gonna put her here. Oh. That's not good.
Looks like we've done a lot of damage to it, though.
Yeah, we did, which is pretty good. Plus, it's on fire. Or, every time we're hitting it, it's gonna be on fire. It's a shame I couldn't stun it this time around, though. So...
Oh no, William is pinned down.
Oh no. What is he gonna do while he does ranged attacks? Yeah, considering this thing went from like 369, nice, to 111, I think we're doing well. I think we going to succeed.
Well, that hurt me, bum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd keep focus on the Titan. Maybe we'll get lucky and it will start, what's the
Oh, that was a bad spot to put him.
They'll probably, maybe, perhaps explode.
He is hoping.
Nope. Nope, it decides to do that.
Remember, you gotta hit it with spells.
Only an attack dealing at least 15 damage can harm them. At the start of its turn, restorative thingamadooks.
Oh, great.
That's not good.
No, not good at all. What about your lightning palms?
Swift as my feet can carry me.
I don't have lightning palms. Oh!
Don't you have a...
Nope, don't have lightning palms. I don't know what you're talking about.
I thought you had some sort of lightning attack you could use.
This is gonna suck. But yeah, the good news is that their dexterity is -1 right now. So the AC is not really good. It's down to 14. It has to be at least 15 damage. I don't think a single one of your Scorching Rays was gonna do that.
Well, the only other alternative I had would be to lob a fireball.
Oh wait, don't I have... Let's see, Arcane, breaks your concentration, Acid, Beast Slang, I guess he's full. Oh wait, no, they're immune to... Oh wait, no, Necrotic they're not immune to, are they? That wouldn't do it, would it? Got Thunderwave, we got Here Touch. Nice! That did a bit of damage.
Well, good thing you weren't standing there.
Yeah.
Alright. I need to quickly take a whiz.
Why is casting spells blocked? What's going on there? Why is it blocked? Oh, because I'm probably enraged is why.
Yeah, I wonder what happens if I press the neural switchboard.
24, nice. Actually, yeah, see what happens. Or he might need to do something with the neural switchboard, not... Okay, I'm not going to be able to do hits big enough. The gong is a 4d8. Clinch of the... something or rather wind. Nightmare is psychic delay, but I'm pretty sure... Yep, they're psychic and poison immune.
Now is not the time.
Damn.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, you did some damage.
Yep. And now I am going to take a big old swig. There we go. Go.
That's just your version of Hellish Rebuke, just pulling it back at them, just like, yup.
Yep. They just need. Yep. So yeah, that guy has like one more turn of the defensive thingies. So guy just quickly casting their mind. Something is updated or something is severely wrong with your script blocker. Imagine something has changed. Hey, they're no longer in their defensive position. So hits should be hits once again. So you can do like Eldritch Blasts and shit. Nice! We're close.
Resistance is futile, your death is inevitable.
And they've...
Your death is inevitable.
Under their noses.
Alright, so... Inferno Fury, let's see how that goes. Move you over here to do these hits. Alright, and then debilitating shot on code.
How dare you debilitate my shots?
Okay, can't target constructs. That's a shame. Let's see. Ice, fire, darkness, roaring thunder.
Oh wait, I
slime.
have smoke powder bombs.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I have them too.
Did we ever think about using some of those?
Give me a mo. Did it get any damage? Nope, did not. Oh, Arrow of Lightning. Here we go. Executioner for a crit. There we go. But they were saved. God damn you.
Time to press ahead.
Alright, I'm gonna do a flurry of blows on this guy just so then that way we don't have to deal with him.
Yeah.
Nice try. She's on fire right now anyway. It don't matter. She don't miss. Oh, you idiot. Alrighty, so... Yeah, this Titan has 27 health remaining in the Bulwark thingy-madoogs. Has to be at least 15 damage. But then after that, it's like 47s. Let's see what you get. I am incalculable, Sir Dragon. Incalculable. There is no scale that can properly measure my himboism with the robots that I can program. Nice! Good fireball. Oh my god, the dexterity drain is -4 right now. It's down to an 8. So yeah. So because of the AC being only 14, greater likelihood of... Nice! Does it explode? No, it doesn't explode, thank Christ. Would have been worrying if it did.
Poor fucker.
Let's just make sure it stays dead.
Yep, fair enough. No, don't run away from me. You're the one.
Come back and hug me.
You're supposed to scare me. Come back here and scare
You're
me.
monster. You're supposed to scare me. Come back here and scare me.
God, use so many of our resources to get rid of the Titan as quickly as we could.
I know. That poor brain cell's probably sitting there just thinking to itself, oh god, what have they done to me?
I do want to see if I can kill it, but see if you can kill it before it explodes. I'm really curious. It's fairly early in the process. It's like Karlach needs to do her move, and then I need to do my move. Like, see, come on, do it. You know you want to.
I'm trying to see if I got a spell that'll do it.
So, if you can just do like just a little bit more. So, because I got no more key points. Ah. Oh, okay. So it just explodes even quicker. Noted.
Yep.
Painful. Well, hopefully she doesn't die. What's the rolling hellfire? Oh, she takes 66 damage. Alright. Please don't die.
Yeah, don't die.
Need some oil over here.
She sort of survived, or is it glitched right? Oh, yeah, she's got 1 health left.
Yep, she's got 1 health. I'll be right back. I need a Pepsi.
No, not to worry, not to worry. Where is the big one? Throw. There we go. So she's good. All right, now I start doing things to you. What do you mean? Oh. There we go. All right, just get out of the way. Get out of the way. Oh yeah, I went to go and get a Pepsi. That's right. Oh, you're back.
Yep.
That was a quick Pepsi.
I mean, my fridge is only like just a few meters away from me.
Oh, lucky you. Mine's in an entirely different room.
I mean, it is in a different room. It's just a few meters away from me in a different room.
Oh, okay. You made me think you had like one of those like mini bar fridges between like your desk and whoever's.
I was tempted.
It is a temptation. I feel like that's a streamer accessory. It's just like, oh, let me just get my branded drink from my, you know, sponsored company, and you crack it open.
Cerveza Cristal!
Alright.
That would have been a perfect opportunity for a Cerveza Cristal joke.
Yep. This is the only one that's not about to explode.
Which one? That one's sitting right there, okay. That one right there.
Your bar is right behind your head. God damn, Jerry, you lucky ducky.
Like, I do have space where I could probably put like a mini bar fridge, like here if I wanted to. I was actually considering getting something like the the fucking like one of the Minecraft ones.
The Minecraft ones?
Yeah, there was a Minecraft and even an Xbox fridge you could get.
Oh, I think I know the Xbox fridge. Yeah, I think I know the Xbox fridge. It literally just looks like a Xbox Series replica. I think a lot of people have made that kind of replica as well. Alrighty, here we go. Gonna have her do some of the damage here.
I did have a bar fridge for a while, but when I moved into
Did I still
Hello,
get...
laddie. How you doing? Thank you
Did
for the
I still
raid-in.
Oh, I still got damage from that distance. God damn.
You did. You still got some damage.
Okay.
Oh right, I forgot. I have charismatic orb I can use.
Don't do that while I'm. What does electrocuted do? Oh, it takes more damage. That would have been helpful.
Yep. Can I get a chat? Thank you, Jason.
Alright, hang on.
Aw, flowers. I'm gonna eat them. You missed.
There we go.
Never a dull moment. Light on my feet.
Woo!
I'm gonna play with the brain switch.
Neurosita awaits your input.
We don't know what it will do. So, leave it. Because we have the other guy, remember?
Alright, fine.
How are we this dumb in our party? Like... Oh!
Ah!
Okay.
The Neurosita is the epicenter of the Steel Watch, controlling and connecting every single watcher in the city. Its technology is far beyond anything you have ever seen. You will need more than magic or steel to destroy it.
Believe it. Because here's the...
Fine. I wanted to press buttons.
I can hear. I helped design the Steel Watchers, toiled night and day on the first bipedal prototype. It is fitting it ends this way. I will bring down not only the Steel Watch, but the very foundry itself. This place will be smoke and rubble when I am finished.
Oh.
Are you ready, my
Hey, he got raided! Oh, I guess Codes might be muted because he's raided.
Yeah, I got raided a while ago.
Oh, okay. Whoops.
I already said hello to laddie.
Okay.
Like the foundry, the Neurosita's exterior is near impossible to penetrate. However, its inner circuitry is highly unstable. I'm going to be swift. We've been lucky.
Alright, I need to grab some shit.
It is time. Let us end.
Let's make sure we grab the shit out of the Titan.
Ooh!
Oh!
On a hit, possibly inflict guiding bolt upon the... I use the bow quite a bit, and I've got the dexterity to support it.
Yeah, you take it.
And
I'll grab the
iron. I will take that.
Just infernal iron.
Yeah. And then...
I wonder if the tiefling dude might be able to make use of it.
But the question is where is the tiefling dude?
That is a good question.
So... Yeah. Tiefling blacksmith BG3. And there's some more infernal iron. Send that to camp. Automaton component. He says if he survives Acts 2, he will...
How did it come to be here?
So if he survives Acts 2, they say... It should be named on the map, Forge of the Nine, just past the temple, north of the Wine Festival. Okay.
I'm sure we'll find them.
It is time. Let us bring down the found. Gond, let your hammer be my courage, your furnace my heart.
Alright, let's see what happens.
Your bellows, my farts. Run like she, run like she's got the clappers.
Ah!
Wait, where's the little dude?
What? The little dude stayed behind, remember?
No, little dude.
Oh, there he is. He survived that.
That was a hell of a show, my friend. Watchers collapse in the street as we speak.
Fuck you, Wolbrin.
Well, it won't stain this beautiful city with its abominations. Not anymore. But it's not over. So long as a single parasitic Gondian remains, Baldur's Gate is under threat.
Enough, Wolbrin. Gortash enslaved us, forced us to build his steel watches, but no more. Take the city, let the Iron Hands reign supreme. I just wish to go home and hold my daughter.
What about Gortash?
He'll never find us. We have safe houses all over the city. We are no threat. I swear it.
Please. If a Gondian told me the sky was blue, I'd look outside and check. You Gondians will lie, scheme, and torment this city until your dying breaths. Let's end this!
You're a dick, Wolbrin.
Wolbrin, enough!
Yay, Barkus!
Watch as you poison your soul and the brilliant future that remains to the Iron Hand gnomes. I thought the Iron Hand gnomes had corrupted you, Wolbrin. Now, I wonder if it wasn't the other way around. Kill the Gondians, and you kill all we love. Collaboration, challenge, solving problems with the power of reason, creativity, and invention. I still want to believe you're better than that, Wolbrin. But even I am having my doubts.
Yeah, I'd say Brackus should be the new leader.
Yeah, I say so too. Just let me quick save here, because I do want to try and succeed on this one, because I feel like this would help with the allyship.
Yeah. Oh.
We got inspiration. Let's give it a try. We got 4 inspiration. Hey, we passed it. Technically, we passed it. Nice.
I say you're right. Woo! They deserve a leader who'll encourage them to create, not destroy. They deserve someone like me. I can't save you from yourself, Wolbrin. It hurts terribly, but I can't. Toss your values in the bin if you want, but don't throw out the Iron Hands with them.
This is ridiculous. Iron Hands. Kill this man.
Oh, fuck you, Wolbrin. Yay, the Iron Hands, actually.
How dare you? Cowards!
The Gondians recognize Barkus Root as leader of the Iron Hand Gnomes, and look forward to ushering in a new peace between our factions.
It is with a heavy heart that I remove Wolbrin Bongle from our ranks.
Bongle.
You have until first light to
Bongle.
leave the city. Wolbrin.
I expect treachery from all sides, but you, little Barkus, the boy who followed me from the Underdark, who clung to me like moss to stone, when we next meet, my hammer will cleave your skull in two, and that is a promise.
I want to punch him.
Oh, I want to punch him too.
Hang on.
You're gonna go punch him, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna go punch him.
Are you really trying to punch him?
Yep.
Ooh, you started a fight with everyone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Okay.
As much as,
even Barkus
much as we were...
even Barkus stood for him. He was just like, nope, and I was like, oh, okay, fine. Fine.
We gave him his dignity, let him keep what he needs of it.
Hi there, Sage. Welcome to the stream. My evening is doing fairly great. We rescued people from a prison underwater. Code and I blew up a factory. Wolbrin's no longer the leader. He's a dick. Barkus, the guy we met back at the windmill, we're helping him now. It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be great.
Great.
And we also need to return to camp and go through a rest so we can hear what Mazora has to say.
Yeah. And I think you'll probably be ready to call it then, won't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. We don't have to worry about that.
Cool. Alright, Ding, go to camp. Nearly everyone is dead.
It is
What did he say?
Yeah. I think it's past time that yada 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 yada.
Okay. Alrighty then.
Alright.
Okay. I need to remember to do
We'll have
this
to
before
sleep,
I forget.
remember?
We'll have to sleep. I am aware of that. Wait. So, send to camp.
We probably should grab Minsk at some point and level him up. Because we might need him leveled before the end of the fight.
Who is overjoyed with our victory? Another den of evil vanquished.
Nice. Alright, you deal with him. I will deal with this. So that's enriched. Magical War Nut, Roaring Fire. How to build a Watcher. Crushing. Water. Alright, where is liver, brain? It's not those. Oh, look at that. We still got the rune powder bomb. That will be fun. It weighs 16, so it's going to be a bit heavy if I take it with me. It's tempting to take it with me, I will be real with you.
Go suck a lemon.
Oh yeah, Infernal Iron we probably can give to the... what's-a-mahoozies? Heartlight Bomb, sure. You go suck a lemon, Furry Cures. Alright, oh, here it is, the Flash Briters. So, just in case we run into any leftover Steel Watchers. You had your thermo exam yesterday. You took it. It went surprisingly well. Well, so long as it went surprisingly well. Also, I'm
glad to hear it went well.
Yep.
Make sure you are refreshed before we set out again, friend.
Alright,
Okay.
let me...
We'll go to a Minsk conversation later.
Yeah, so I'm gonna double check if there's any, like, gauntlets that do lightning damage for the... Doesn't...
In case he's still got any more of those.
Yeah, I've got cold, but that's
I think Halson has some lightning skills under his belt.
He's got lightning arrows. I'll take those. Yeah, I don't have anything in the...
Once we're done with Mizurna, we'll I'll have a look at Halson's skill set.
Yeah, so... Oh, chain lightning. Here we go. That'll be useful. Oh, so I got 6 of those. And then... What's another one that would be... Lightning Bolt, which is 8d6. I'll grab that one. I've only got 1 copy of it, but if you... Oh, maybe we can give that to, what's-mahoozy, Gale, and he might be able to turn it into, like, a spell, if he doesn't already
He can.
Does he have the lightning spell already, or...?
I am here for you.
Because we got plenty of the chain lightnings. We can sacrifice one of those for that. But what about the hypnotic pattern, holding person? Oop. Sorry, hang on. Don't. What was the chromatic? Was it chromatic orb or was it something else? Oh no, it was flaming sphere. Okay. Ability, protection from evil, speak with dead, stinking cloud, stone skin. Nah. Okay. Alright. Do you mind if I... What you doing with him?
Oh, I just wanted to check and see if he had anything interesting to say. Because I hadn't actually spoken to him since, the night of our...
Ah, okay, well I'm gonna talk to Karlach.
Hey, soldier.
Nope, she just says, hey, soldier. Okay. Alrighty, we end the night. Let's see what Mizora has to say now that we tried rescuing the, whatsamahoozies. Hey, Pox! You can't keep stealing my shirt like this! This is your attire.
Yep. Hey, I look good, okay? What's up, bitch titties?
Sorore surge. Testis esto.
She said testes.
I feel like, so it's like testing the pact or something like that, or
Come,
trialing.
sisters, be my testament. Notum sit in Beator.
Notum sit in Beator.
This is a different conversation.
Holy hells.
That's not good. Come to gloat. We saw Ravengard's corpse for ourselves.
I come to bargain. The hells demand witness. Sisters.
Infernos contractos te vocamos. Infernos contractos te vocamos. Infernos contractos te vocamos.
I can barely read the
Your
Inferno.
contract, Will. Signed in blood, forged in fire, bound in bone, but not unbreakable. A life for a life. No contract is ended without sacrifice. The cost must be paid.
Oh.
Will Ravengard, a choice is before you. Option 1, I raise your father from the dead, and you pledge your soul to me and the Archdevil Zariel in a pact eternal. Option 2, I break your pact, and you are freed from your duty. Your father remains dead, and Baldur's Gate loses its greatest champion. Name your sacrifice.
Bloody Zariel. I won't let her take Will.
Silence, Karlach.
Mizora, you asshole!
Choose. Addendum F. The Absolute must be avenged for the Soulbinder's detention at Moonrise. The Soulbearer retains his gifts until such time as the Absolute is slain.
Ah, so she's pissed off the Absolute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leave him dead. When the city's free, you can take his place. Alright, no. You deserve your freedom. I realize that the fourth option...
Damned wretch. Father. Do it. Break the pact.
Fiat Ita.
Fiat ita. anima ad beator.
It's a shame we can't go through further negotiate, because I feel like the only reason Will went into this contract is for the fact that, like, you know, it was to save his father and all that kind of shit. So it's like, could have had a better bargain for getting the father back rather than the soul being
And don't go fussing
gone.
about your father. You made your choice. You knew the terms. You know what? I think I'll stick around. Not for the greater good, you understand. Just for the entertainment.
And she's right here to talk to as well.
Oh, cool.
Little Will's all grown up. I can't wait to see what trouble he gets into.
Will's not a child.
I beg your forgiveness for such undue impertinence. From now on, I promise him the same measure of respect he's shown his father. Oh, I almost forgot. Will sold his father's life for his freedom. My mistake.
Bitch!
Oh.
Ugh, you are an inquisitive one. I'd have thought you'd figured by now. Zariel found new use for an old battle axe. The dead three in that bulging brain of theirs are a threat to more than this trifling city, you know.
Gotta go eat peace pox. Not to worry. Thank you for dropping in. As long as you did, I hope you have a wonderful sleep.
Change her mind. My mistress can be so capricious.
I was waiting for Cap to jump in just then after how that was being said.
You never told me how the Absolutes captured you.
I didn't. If you must know, I was scouting the cultists on behalf of Zariel, but those cursed shadows were thick enough to fell even a half-fiend. I woke in that damned pod. It kept my body sealed and my most powerful magic silenced. But a brave, kind, benevolent soul set me free. Gallantry isn't dead after all.
What can you tell me about the Hells?
The 9 Hells of Beator. Each its own domain, each with its own archdevil to rule it. I call the first Hell my home, Avernus. My mistress Zariel's realm, a torrid battleground split by the bloody waters of the Styx.
Go suck a lemon.
How I adore it. The delicious agony of it all. The other 8, well, they are pleasures unto themselves. Perhaps I'll show you myself, if I deem you worthy. Why? I'm supplying Will with every scrap of his infernal power. I've paid my dues many times. I tell you what, when the time comes to squish that big baddie of a brain, I'll lend you a hand. The Absolutists worked a number on me at Moonrise, and you're the best hope I've got at payback.
Radio. Okay, so it's just that shit. Carla, got anything to say?
I can't believe Will's given up his soul to Zariel.
Alright, oh, Will's got something to say.
There's such a thing as being too good.
Does Will have anything to say?
Let's talk. It's said that anyone who bathes in the river of blood emerges as one born anew. It's a lot like that, I imagine. I feel the weight of these horns on my head, curling upwards like a mammoth's tusks. I feel these ridges snaking down my neck. Not to mention a few bumps and prongs in unmentionable places. But I haven't seen my reflection just yet. Be my mirror. What do you see? It's because you know the heart lurking under the horns. The people will see a curiosity. Maybe even a beast hungry for their souls. But I will slay their monsters. keep them safe. And one day they will see the Blade of Frontiers again.
I mean, at least it's a good use for those horns.
I wonder if this ever gonna like cut him down like Hellboy. Oh, it's not possible because you're still in dialogue.
Nope, sorry. And before anyone was thinking something kinky, no, I was thinking that he could use his horns as a battering ram.
Sure.
Well, look, they look like ram horns. You can literally headbutt someone to death. I mean, you telling me if you had horns like that, you wouldn't use them to headbutt somebody to death with?
No, because I'd be worried I'd snap my neck. I remember watching a video that explained the dangers of some of the fantasy armors that had been on display. And one of the ones is like, oh, anytime you have long horns or like on helmets, that's a risk. Because what someone can do, especially from like behind or from the sides, is they'll just grab it and just go, boom. Because what that does is it gives them leverage, so it requires even less force to be able to twist your neck and snap it.
Yeah.
So, horns are not a great thing to have unless you've got the neck bones to support them. That's why, like, a lot of the horns from, like, you know, the really big ones on some of the ox and such are technically hollow, so they're not that heavy on their head, and they have, like, crazy muscles.
I mean, what's to say that the ones on Will's head aren't you know, hollowed out?
It's still fresh. It's still a human neck. Like, you still got to deal with that.
True, true, true. But I mean, if you train those neck muscles, get those traps nice and big, then all of a sudden just reel your head back and just fucking plow, bitch!
Alright, I'm heading back to Rivington to try and find the Forge of the Nine.
Oh, yeah. Let's go and see if we can find that.
Oh, wait, no. Forge of the Nine is not here. It's in the lower city. I am an idiot. I am dumb.
You are.
Dum 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 dum. So.
But that's okay. You're allowed to be a little dumb now and then. When you're a lot of dumb, then there's a problem. Oh, Will's got something to say.
Oh.
Let's talk.
That, maybe he wants me to talk to him. Because you've got the same sort of things. Maybe it's me I need to talk to.
Now's not a good time. My hands are full. Now's not a good time. My hands are full.
Annoying. Okay.
Let's talk. I met her twice.
You sense uncertainty in Will's voice. He questions his father's explanation.
Friendship?
Again?
Nice.
I'm just gonna speed through this one. We've already been through it.
Something's always gnawed at me.
But yeah, I went to the wrong one. It needs to be the Baldur's Gate, I think, will be the appropriate one. Oh. You ready?
I think he's just stuck that way at the moment.
Alrighty then.
Oh. Neat.
What's neat?
So there's a glitch in the original Donkey Kong Country, right? If you throw a barrel at a wall, ride on it, and then land on one of the mounts, the mount will turn into Donkey Kong.
Huh. Weird.
And then it looks like Donkey Kong humping himself. Did I hear an ah just then? Am I going crazy?
You heard a what?
I heard a sound.
Hmm.
And my game crashed.
Mine is taking forever to load.
Yeah. God damn it.
Annoying.
He doesn't like me.
Oh, no.
I swear it
Lower
happens every
city.
time.
The lower city wall would have been better. Hang on.
Every time we fucking teleport, it does it.
Not every time. Like, the previous time when we got out of the camp, it didn't.
Like, almost every time. I'm just waiting for the game to load up.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
I reckon they'll add in, like, small bits of story content here and there before they finally wrap up this game.
Possibly. I'd feel fine. Like, because they're introducing a mod patch, so it's like, oh, once this thing is thing, then you have like a bit of an easier time for modders to create some new stuff in here, and I think that's a brilliant idea.
That's a pretty neat idea.
So they wouldn't. I don't know if they'd go as far as like an actual like builder for ease of configurations and new areas, but still, it's appreciative.
Hmm. Oh, guess what just came free to EA Games Prime subscription?
FIFA.
Lego Star Wars 3.
Oh, nice.
Star Wars.
Star Wars. Hey,
Star Wars.
What you doing dressing up like Star Wars for?
Star Wars.
Alright, so...
There's also Chivalry 2, as well as Tomb Raider Game of the Year Edition.
So, you want to teleport to the lower city central wall, and you want to head north.
Right, the lower city central wall, and then to the south.
Why are you so difficult some days? Yep,
Lower
and
city
Damon's up
central
there.
wall.
Nice.
You found him?
Yep, there he is. Damon, right there.
Yeah, this edition looks better.
Damomo.
Damomo. Damon!
Damon!
You're looking well.
Would be a lot better if you'd find a way to fix this engine, Damon.
I haven't stopped trying, but all roads lead to a dead end. Sorry.
Never mind. Glad you're all right in any case. Nice forge you've got here.
Nice.
Best I've had in years. Mistress of the house lets me operate from here for a fair price. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't happy.
Good. Someone should be.
Alrighty. Could we see your wares?
Certainly.
What's he got? Anything good?
Boots of Persistence. Legendary Mobility. You gain freedom of movement and Long Strider. It is medium armor. Long Strider increases the movement speed by 3 meters. Movement can't be reduced by difficult terrain, spells, or magical effects. You can't be paralyzed or restrained. That's some good stuff. Legacy of the Masters. Gains a +2 bonus to attack and damage roll with weapons. Studded leather armor. Unwanted Masterwork Scale Mail. Add your full dexterity modifier to your armor class. Additionally, this armor does not impose disadvantage on stealth. A shield, leather armor, hide armor, half plate. Chain, blessed plate. Armor of Persistence, a very rare heavy armor that is all incoming damage is reduced by 2 because it's a magical plate. You gain resistance and blade worn because of legendary persistence, and of course,
Danny, how you doing?
Disadvantage on some things. Dragon slaying. Amazing. Ow! What are you, furry cures? Do I have a favorite kind of French fry? I am a personal fan of the curly or the what's-a-mahoozy, the what do you call it? The crinkle. Sorry, not curly. Crinkle and like a normal, like straight thin one. So yeah. There we go. And then...
Yeah, thanks for not forgetting me, furry Qers. Thanks for not forgetting me. Are you doing your little trick, Grant?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If I look over on your stream, you're not doing anything...
Shout if you need anything else.
Suspect?
No. You're welcome to talk to him if you want. Ow! Chimera! There we go, Forge of the 9. And the double doors are closed. Cactar friends, they say in all caps.
Diabolic Forge.
Alright, do we want to head back to the camp for now and call it there?
Possibly, yeah. Most likely.
Let us all head back to camp.
Alright. Backeth to campeth. So yeah, I can't open the thing, and it just says a Diabolic Forge, which I imagine is this thing here. Doesn't look like there's any other ways into this.
By the way, for everyone, the game's still running. I forgot to switch it over to the thingo, but then I thought, because we'll be calling it soon,
There's
not
would
much
be
point in switching over.
Yeah, alrighty then. I will return to camp. I think, so, next week's... Are you... If you're going to be free next week's? I reckon...
Oh yeah, I'm going to be free next week.
Yeah, I reckon for next week's, we go to the House of Hope. Then we deal with Gortash. Because I think at that point, Gortash, like, we don't have anything else to do with him other than just...
Yeah, the only thing is, though, I don't think it's going to be a good idea in any situation for us to free the thingamabob who's it straight away. I think we need to wait until the last minute to free him.
So after we defeat Gortash.
Yeah, then free the dude inside the thingo.
Yep.
And see if we can't talk them both into helping us. Because I wouldn't be surprised if the only way to defeat the brain is with an illithid. Or someone's going to have to take the brain's place at the very least. Because we're pretty much removing the hive mind from the hive.
Yeah, but we're kind of killing it as well, so it's a daunting task. So it's one of those kinds of daunting tasks. Alright, ding, quit.
I have seen there is a way to actually talk your way out of the final boss fight. It's a 99 roll.
Yeah, so you basically need a crit.
You need a 20 crit in order to get it.
Yep. So, I'm probably not going to do that. I'm going to be real with you.
I mean, we can give it a try.
Nah, not worth. But yeah, I won't be back. I'll be online again Saturday morning for more of the Final Fantasy XIVs, getting through the MSQ this time around. And yeah, I'm probably gonna plan like more of my streams and what have you. And June 1st. I made the event in Discord, but I need to remember to put a notification into Twitter and all the other things of June 1st is going to be the party game stream, and it's going to be golf with friends. So hopefully I'll be able to get some people to join in on that. Code, do you think you'll be good?
More
on June
than
1st?
likely. I will have to see how work goes.
Okay.
But at this point, more than likely.
Alrighty then. Do you think you're going to be streaming for a little while longer, or?
I am. I'm going to probably have a bit of a bathroom break quickly.
Alrighty. Okay.
And then we're going to go into some more Trials of Mana.
Alrighty then. I am going to raid into your channel then. So then that way the rest of chat can enjoy your your streams and such. I will be hopping off and such. But yeah, I'm Yeah, I think I think I will go for that break in June after the party game stream, but I'll probably explain more about that in my own stream on Saturday and probably again on Discord or Discord
Yeah.
/ Twitter or something. So, but yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you everyone who came along to my side of the stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a wonderful time over at Code the Yoshis right about now. Hopefully that worked.